Sorry about that, I was getting everything set up. Alright. So today we're going to be reading Blood Right by Jim Butcher from the Dresden Files series. This is personally one of my favorite books, and one of my favorite series. Chapter 1. The building was on fire, and it wasn't my fault. My boots slipped and slid on the tile floor as I sprinted around a corner toward the exit doors to the abandoned school building on the southwest edge of Chicagoland. Distant streetlights provide the only light in the dusty hall, and left huge swaths of blackness crouching in the classroom doors. I carried an elaborately carved wooden box about the size of a laundry basket in my arms, and its weight made my shoulder burn with effort. I had been shot in both of them at one time or another, and the muscle burn quickly started changing into deep and aching stabs. The damn box was heavy, not even considering its contents. Inside the box, a bunch of flop-eared gray and black puppies whimpered and whined and jostled back and forth as I ran. One of the puppies, his ear already notched for some kind of doggy misadventure in life, was either braver or more stupid than his litter mates. He scrambled around until he got his paws onto the lip of the box, set up a painfully high-pitched bark, full of squeaky snarls, big dark eyes focused behind me. I ran faster, my needling black duster swishing against my legs. I heard a rustling, hissing sound and juked left as best I could. A ball of some kind of noxious smelling substance that looked like tar went zipping past me, engulfed in yellow-white flame. It hit the floor several yards beyond me, promptly explode into a little puddle of angry fire. I tried to avoid it, but my boots had evidently been made for walking, not sprinting on dusty tile. It slid out from under me and I fell. I controlled it as much as I could. I wound up sliding on my back to the fire. It got hot for a second, but the wards I'd woven over my duster kept it from burning me. Another flaming blob crackled toward me, and I barely turned in time. The substance, whatever the hell it was, clung like napalm to what it hit and burned with a supernatural ferocity that had already burned a dozen metal lockers to slag in the dim halls behind me. The goop hit my left shoulder blade and slid off the protective spells on my mantle and coat, spattering the wall beside me. Nonetheless, lost my balance and fumbled the box. Fat little puppies tumbled onto the floor with a chorus of whimpers and cries for help. I checked behind me. The guardian demons looked like demented purple chimpanzees, except for the raven black wings sprouting from their shoulders. There were 3 of them that had escaped my carefully crafted paralysis spell, and they were hot on my tail. Bounding down the halls in long leaps assisted by their black feathered wings. As I watched one of them reach down between its crooked legs and, well, not to put too fine a point on it, it gathered up the kind of ammunition primates and zoos traditionally rely upon. The monkey demon hurled it with a chittering scream, and it combusted in midair. I had to duck before the noxious ball of incendiary goop smacked into my nose. I grabbed puppies and scooped them into the box, then started running. The demon monkeys burst into fresh howls. Squeaky barks behind me made me look back. The little notch-eared puppy had planted his clumsy paws solidly on the floor and was barking defiantly at the oncoming demon chimps. Damn it, I cursed and reversed course. The lead monkey swooped down at the puppy. I made like a ball player, slid in feet first, and planted the heel of my boot squarely on the end of the demon's nose. I'm not heavily built, but I'm most of a head taller than 6 feet, and no one ever thought I was a lightweight. I kicked the demon hard enough to make it screech and veer off. It slammed into a metal locker and left an inches deep dent. Stupid little fuzz bucket, I muttered and recovered the puppy. This is why I have a cat. The puppy kept up its tirade of ferocious squeaking snarls. I pitched him into the box without ceremony, ducked 2 more flaming blobs, and started coughing on the smoke already filling the building as I resumed my retreat. Light was growing back where I'd come from as the demon's flaming missiles chewed into the old walls and floor, spreading with malicious glee. I ran for the front doors of the old building, slamming the opening bar with my hip and barely slowing down. A sudden weight hit my back and something pulled viciously at my hair. A chimp demon started biting at my neck and ear. It hurt. I tried to spin and throw it off, but it had a good hold. The effort, though, showed me a second demon heading for my face, and I had to duck to avoid a collision. I let go of the box and reached for the demon on my back. It howled and bit my hand. Snarling and angry, I turned around and threw my back at the nearest wall. The monkey demon evidently knew that tactic. It flipped off my shoulders at the last second, and I slammed the base of my skull hard against a row of metal lockers. A burst of stars blinded me for a second, and by the time my vision cleared, I saw the 2 demons diving for the box of puppies. They both hurled searing blobs at the wooden box, splattering it with flame. There was an old fire extinguisher in the wall, and I grabbed it. My monkey attackers came swooping back at me. I rammed the end of the fire extinguisher into its nose, knocking it down, then reversed my grip on the extinguisher and sprayed a cloud of dusty white chemical at the carved box. I got the fire put out, but for good measure I unloaded the thing on the other 2 demons' faces, creating a thick cloud of dust. I grabbed the box and hauled it out of the door, and then slammed the school door shut behind me. There was a couple of thumps from the other side of the door, and then silence. Panting, I looked down at the box of whimpering puppies. A bunch of wet black noses and eyes looked back at me from under a white dusting of extinguishing chemicals. Hell's bells, I panted at them. You guys are lucky. Brother Wang wants you back so much. If you hadn't paid half up front, I'd be the one in the box and you'd be carrying me. A bunch of little tails wagged hopefully. Stupid dogs, I growled. I hauled the box into my arms again and started schlepping it toward the old school's parking lot. I was about halfway there when something ripped the steel doors of the school inward against the swing of their hinges. A low, loud bellow erupted from inside the building, and then a Kong-sized version of the chimp demons came out the door. It was purple, it had wings, and it looked really pissed off. At least 8 feet tall, it had to weigh 4 or 5 times what I did. As I stared at it, 2 little monkey demons flew directly at Demon Kong, and were simply absorbed by the bigger demon's bulk upon impact. Kong gained another 80 pounds or so and got a bit bulkier. Not so much Monkey Kong then as Monkey Voltron. The original crowd of guardian demons must have escaped my spell with that combining maneuver, pulling all of their energy into a single vessel and using the greater strength provided by density to power through the bindings. Kongtron spread wings as wide as a small airplane's and leapt at me with a completely unfair amount of grace. Being a professional investigator as well as a professional wizard, I had been slobbering beasts before. Over the course of many encounters and many years, I have successfully developed a standard operating procedure for dealing with big, nasty monsters. Runaway. Me and Monty Python. The parking lot and the Blue Beetle, my beat-up old Volkswagen, were only 30 or 40 yards off, and I can really move when I'm feeling motivated. Kong bellowed. It motivated me. There was the sound of a small explosion, then a blaze of red light, brighter than the nearby street lamps. Another fireball hit the ground a few feet wide of me and detonated like a Civil War cannonball, gouging out a coffin-sized crater in the pavement. The enormous demon roared and shot past me on black vulture wings, banking to come around for another pass. Thomas, I screamed, start the car! The passenger door opened, and an unwholesomely good-looking young man with dark hair, tight jeans, and a leather jacket worn over a bare chest poked his head out and peered at me over the rim of round, green glass spectacles. Then he looked up behind me, his jaw dropped open. Start the freaking car, I screamed. Thomas nodded and dove back into the Beetle. It coughed and wheezed and shuddered to life. The surviving headlight flicked on, and Thomas gunned the engine and headed for the street. For a second I thought he was going to leave me, but he slowed down enough that I caught up with him. Thomas leaned across the car and pushed the passenger door open. I grunted with effort and threw myself onto the car. I almost lost a box, but managed to get it just before the notch-eared puppy pulled himself up to the rim, evidently determined to go back and do battle. What the hell is that? Thomas screamed, his black hair shoulder-length, curling and glossy, whipped around his face as the car gathered speed and drew the cool autumn wind through the open windows. His gray eyes wide with apprehension. What is that, Harry? Just drive, I shouted. I stuffed the box of whimpering puppies into the back seat, grabbing my blasting rod and climbed out the open window so that I was sitting on the door, just to the car's roof. I twisted to bring the blasting rod in my right hand to bear on the demon. I drew in my will, my magic, and the end of the blasting rod began to glow with cherry red light. I was about to loose a strike against the demon when it swooped down with another fireball in its hand and flung it at the car. Look out, I screamed. Thomas must have seen it coming in the mirror. Beetle swerved wildly, and the fireball hit the asphalt, bursting into a roar of flame and concussion that broke windows on both sides of the street. Thomas dodged a car parked on the curb by roaring up onto the sidewalk, bouncing gracelessly, and nearly went out of control. The bounce threw me from my perch on the closed door. I was wondering what the odds were against finding a soft place to land when I felt Thomas grab my ankle. He held onto me and drew me back into the car with a strength that would have been shocking to anyone who didn't know he wasn't human. He braced me with his hold on my leg, and as the huge demon dove down again, I pointed my blasting rod at it and snarled, Fuego. A lance of white-hot fire streaked from the tip of my blasting rod into the late night air, illuminating the street like a flash of lightning. Bouncing along on the car like that, I expected to miss, but I beat the odds, and the burst of flame took Kongtron right in the belly. It screamed and faltered, plummeting to the earth. Thomas swerved back out onto the street. The demon started to get up. Stop the car, I screamed. Thomas smashed down on the brakes, and I nearly got reduced to sidewalk pizza again. I hung on as hard as I could, but by the time I had my balance, the demon had hauled itself to his feet. I growled in frustration, readied another blast, and aimed carefully. What are you doing? Thomas shouted. You lamed him. Let's run. No, I snapped back. If we leave it here, it's going to take things out on whoever it can find. But it won't be us. I tuned Thomas out and readied another strike, pouring my will into the blasting rod until wisps of smoke began emerging from the length of its surface. Then I let Kong have it right between his black beady eyes. Fire hit it like a wrecking ball right on the chin. The demon's head exploded into a cloud of luminous purple vapor and sparkles of scarlet light, which I have to admit, looked really neat. Demons who come into the mortal world don't have bodies as such. They create them like suits of clothes. And as long as the demon's awareness inhabits the construct's body, it's as good as real. Having its head blown up was too much damage for even the demon's life energy to support. The body flopped around on the ground for a few seconds, and then the Kong demon's earthly form stopped moving and dissolved into a lumpy-looking mass of translucent gelatin. Ectoplasm. Whatever from the Never Never. A surge of relief made me feel a little dizzy, and I slid bonelessly back into the beetle. Allow me to reiterate, Thomas panted a minute later. What the hell was that? I settled down into the seat, breathing hard. I buckled up and checked that the puppies in their box were both intact. They were, and I closed my eyes with a sigh. Shin, I said. Chinese spirit creatures, demons, shapeshifters. Christ, Dresden, you almost got me killed. Don't be a baby, you're fine. Thomas frowned at me. You at least could have told me. I did tell you. I told you at Max that I'd give you a ride home, but I had to run an errand first. Thomas scowled. An errand is getting a tank of gas and picking up a carton of milk, or something. It is not getting chased by flying purple pyromaniac gorillas hurling incendiary poo. Next time, take the E1. He glared at me. Where are we going? O'Hare. Why? I waved vaguely at the backseat, returning stolen property to my client. He wants to get back to Tibet pronto. Anything else you're neglecting to tell me? Ninja wombats or something? I wanted you to see how it feels. What's that supposed to mean? Come on, Thomas. You never go to Mac's place to hang out and chum around. You're wealthy. You've got connections, and you're a freaking vampire. You didn't need me to give you a ride home. You could have taken a cab, called for a limo, or talked some woman into taking you. Thomas' scowl faded away, replaced by a careful expressionless mask. Oh? Then why am I here? I shrugged. Doesn't look like you showed up to bushwhack me. I guess you're here to talk. Razor intellect. You should be a private investigator or something. You going to sit there insulting me, or are you going to talk? Yeah, Thomas said. I need a favor. I snorted. What favor? You do remember that technically we're at war, right? Wizards versus vampires. Ring any bells? If you like, you can pretend that I'm employing subversive tactics as part of a fiendishly elaborate ruse meant to manipulate you, Thomas said. Good, I said. Because if I went to all the trouble of starting war and you didn't want to participate in it, it would really hurt my feelings. He grinned. I bet you're wondering whose side I'm on. No, I snorted. You're on Thomas's side. The grin widened. Thomas was the kind of wires-and-white boyish grin that makes women's panties spontaneously evaporate. Granted, I've done you some favors over the past couple of years. I frowned. He had, though. I didn't know why. Yeah, so? So now it's my turn, he said. I've helped you. Now I need payback. Ah. What do you want me to do? I want you to take a case for an acquaintance of mine. He needs your help. I don't really have time. I have to make a living. Thomas flicked a piece of monkey flambe off his back hand and out the window. You call this a living? Jobs are a part of life. Maybe you heard of the concept? It's called work. See, what happens is that you suffer through doing annoying and humiliating things until you get paid not enough money. Like those Japanese game shows, only without all the glory. Pleb. I'm not asking you to do it pro bono. He'll pay your fee. Bah, I muttered. What's he need help with? Thomas frowned. He thinks someone is trying to kill him. I think he's right. Why? There have been a couple of suspicious deaths around him. Like, 2 days ago, he sent his driver, girl named Stacy Willis, out to the car with his golf club so he could get in a few holes before lunch. Willis opened a trunk and got stung to death by about 20,000 bees who had somehow swarmed into the limo in the time it took her to walk up to the door and back. I nodded, can't argue there, gruesomely suspicious. The next morning, his personal assistant, a young woman named Sheila Barks, was hit by a runaway car. Killed instantly. I pursed my lips. Well, that doesn't sound so odd. She was water skiing at the time. I blinked. How the hell did that happen? Bridge over the reservoir was the way I heard it. Car jumped the rails, landed right on her. Ugh, I said. Any idea who is behind it? None. Think it's an entropy curse? Thomas asked. If so, it's a sloppy one, but strong as hell. Those are some pretty melodramatic deaths. I checked on the puppies. They had fallen together into one dusty lump and were sleeping. The notchier puppy laid on top of the pile. He opened his eyes and gave me a sleepy little growl of warning. And he went back to sleep. Thomas glanced back at the box. Cute little furballs. What's their story? Guardian dogs for some monastery in the Himalayas. Someone snatched them and came here. A couple of monks hired me to get them back. What, they don't have dog pounds in Tibet? I shrugged. They believe these dogs have a foo heritage. Is that like epilepsy or something? I snorted and put my hand palm down on the window, waggling it back and forth to make an airfoil in the wind of the beetle's passage. The monks think their great ancestor was a divine spirit animal, celestial guardian spirit, foo dog. They believe it makes the bloodline special. Is it? How the hell should I know, man? I'm just a repo guy. Some wizard you are. It's a big universe. No one can know it all. Thomas fell quiet for a while, and the road whispered by. Do you mind if I ask what happened to your car? I looked around at the Beetle's interior. It wasn't Volkswagen standard anymore. The seat covers were gone, so was the padding underneath. So was the interior carpet, and big chunks of the dashboard that had been made out of wood. There was a little vinyl left, some of the plastic, and anything made out of metal, but everything else had been stripped completely away. I'd done some makeshift repairs with several 1x6s, some hanger, wires, some cheap padding from the camping section at Walmart, and a lot of duct tape. It gave the car a real postmodern look, by which I meant it looked like something fashioned from the wreckage after a major nuclear exchange. On the other hand, the Beetle's interior was very, very clean. My glasses are half full, damn it. Mold demons, I said. Mold demons ate your car? Sort of. They were called out of the decay in the car's interior and used anything organic they could find to make bodies for themselves. You called them? Oh, hell no. They were a present from the guest villain a few months ago. I hadn't heard that there was any action this summer. I have a life, man. And my life isn't all about feuding demigods and nations at war and solving a mystery before it kills me. Thomas lifted an eyebrow. It's also about mold demons and flaming monkey poo. What can I say? I put the ick in magic. I see. Hey Harry, can I ask you something? I guess. Did you really save the world? I mean, like the last 2 years in a row? I shrugged. Sort of. Word is, you capped a fairy princess and headed off a war between winter and summer, Thomas said. Mostly I was saving my own ass. Just happened that the world was in the same spot. There's an image that will give me nightmares, Thomas said. What about those demon hell guys last year? I shook my head. They'd have let loose a nasty plague, but it wouldn't have lasted very long. They were hoping it would escalate into a nice apocalypse. They knew there wasn't much chance of it, but they were doing it anyway. Like the lotto, Thomas said. Yeah, I guess. The genocide lotto. and you stopped them. I helped do it and lived to walk away. But there was an unhappy ending. What? I didn't get paid for either case. I make more money from flaming demon monkey crap. That's just wrong. Thomas laughed a little and shook his head. I don't get it. Don't get what? Why you do it. Do what? He slouched down into the driver's seat. The Lone Ranger impersonation. You get pounded to scrap every time you turn around and you barely get out or get by on the gumshoe work. You live in that dank little cave of an apartment, alone. You've got no woman, no friends, and you drive this piece of crap. Your life is kind of pathetic. Is that what you think? I asked. Call them like I see them. I laughed. Why do you think I do it? He shrugged. All I can figure is that either you're nursing a deep and sadistic self-hatred or else you're insane. I gave you the benefit of the doubt and left monumental stupidity off the list. I kept on smiling. Thomas, you don't really know me. Not at all. I think I do. I've seen you under pressure. I shrugged. Yeah, but you see me, what, maybe a day or two each year? Usually when something's been warming up to kill me by beating the tar out of me. So that doesn't cover what my life is like the other 363 days, I said. You don't know everything about me. My life isn't completely about magical mayhem and creative pyromania in Chicago. Oh, that's right. I heard you went to exotic Oklahoma a few months back. Something about a tornado in the National Severe Storms Lab? I was doing the new summer lady a favor, running down a rogue storm sylph. Got to go all over the place in those tornado chaser geekmobiles. You should have seen the look on the driver's face when he realized that the tornado was chasing us. It's a nice story, Harry, but what's the point? My point is, there's a lot of my life you haven't seen. I have friends. Monster hunters, werewolves, and a talking skull. I shook my head. More than that, I like my apartment. Hell, for the matter, I like my car. You like this piece of junk? She may not look like much, but she's got it where it counts, kid. Thomas slouched down in his seat, his expression skeptical. Now you force me to reconsider the monumentally stupid explanation. I shrugged. Me and Blue Beetle kick ass in a four-cylinder kind of way, but it still gets kicked. Thomas' face lost all expression. What about Susan? When I get angry, I'd like to be able to pull off a great stone face like that, but I don't do it so well. What about her? You cared about her. You got her involved in your life. She got torn up because of you. She got attention from all kinds of nasties, and she nearly died. He kept staring ahead. How do you live with that? I started to get angry, but I had a rare flash of insight about before my ire evaporated, before it could fully condense. I studied Thomas's profile at a stoplight and saw him working hard to look distant, like nothing was touching him. Which could mean that something was touching him. He was thinking of someone important to him. I had a pretty good idea who it was. How's Justine? I asked. His features grew colder. It isn't important. Okay. But how's Justine? I'm a vampire, Harry. The words were cold and distant, but not steady. She's my girlfriend. His voice stumbled on the word, and he tried to cover it with a low cough. She's my lover. She's food. That's how she is. Ah, I said. I like her, you know. Ever since she blackmailed me into helping you at Bianca's masquerade. That took guts. Yeah, he said. She's got that. How long have you been seeing her now? 4 years, Thomas said. Almost 5. Anyone else? No. Burger King, I said. Thomas blinked at me. What? Burger King, I said. I like to eat at Burger King, but even if I could afford to do it, I wouldn't eat my meals there every day for almost 5 years. What's your point? Thomas asked. My point is that it's pretty clear that Justine isn't just food to you, Thomas. He turned his head and stared at me for a moment, his expression empty and his eyes inhumanly blank. She is. She has to be. Why don't I believe you? I said. Thomas stared at me, his eyes growing even colder, dropped the subject. Right now. I decided not to push. He was working hard not to give anything away, so I knew he was full of crap. But if he didn't want to discuss it, I couldn't force him. Hell, for that matter, I didn't want to. Thomas was an annoying wise-ass who tended to make everyone he met want to kill him. And when I have that much in common with someone, I can't help but like him a little. It wouldn't hurt to give him some space. On the other hand, it was easy for me to forget what he was, and I couldn't afford that. Thomas was a vampire of the White Court. They didn't drink blood. They fed on emotions, on feelings, drawing the life energy from their prey through them. The way I understood it, it was usually during sex. And rumor had it that their kind could seduce a saint. I'd seen Thomas start to feed once, and whatever it was that made him not quite human was completely taking control of him. It left him a cold, beautiful, marble-white being of naked hunger. It was an acutely uncomfortable memory. The Whites weren't as physically formidable or aggressively organized as the Red Court, and they didn't have the raw, terrifying power of the Black Court. But they didn't have all the usual vampire weaknesses either. Sunlight wasn't a problem for Thomas, and from what I'd seen, crosses and other holy articles didn't bother him either. But just because they weren't as inhuman as the other courts didn't make the Whites less dangerous. In fact, the way I saw it, it made them more of a threat in some ways. I know how to handle it when some slime-covered horror from the pits of hell jumps on my face. But it would be easy to let down my guard for someone nearly human. Speaking of which, I told myself, I was agreeing to help him and take a job just as though Thomas were any other client. It probably wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done. It had the potential to lead to lethally unhealthy decisions. He fell silent again. Now that I wasn't running and screaming and such, the car started to get uncomfortably cold. I rolled up the window, shutting out the early autumn air. So, he said, will you help me out? I sighed. I shouldn't even be in the same car with you. I've got enough problems with the White Council. Gee, your own people don't like you. Cry me a river. Bite me, I said. What's his name? Arturo Genosa. He's a motion picture producer starting up his own company. Is he at all clued in? Sort of. He's normal, but he's really superstitious. Why did you want him to come to me? He needs your help, Harry. If he doesn't get it, I don't think he's going to live through the week. I frowned at Thomas. Entropy curses are a nasty business, even when they're precise, much less when they're that sloppy. I'd be risking my ass trying to deflect them. I've done as much for you. I thought about it for a moment, then I said, yeah, you have. I didn't ask for any money for it either. Alright, I said, I'll talk to him. No guarantees. But if I do take the case, you're going to pay me to do it on top of what this Arturo guy shells out. This is how you return favors, is it? I shrugged, so get out of the car. He shook his head. Fine, you'll get double. No, not money. He arched an eyebrow and glanced at me over the rims of his green fashion spectacles. I want to know why. I want to know why you've been helping me, and if I take the case, you come clean with me. You wouldn't believe me if I did. That's the deal, take it or leave it. Thomas frowned. We drove for several minutes in silence. Okay, he said then. Deal. Done, I responded. Shake on it. We did. His fingers felt very cold. That's chapter 1. Chapter 2. We went to O'Hare. I met Brother Wang in the chapel at the International Concourse. He was a short, wiry Asian man in sweeping robes the color of sunset. His bald head gleamed. making his age tough to guess. Those features were wrinkled with the marks of someone who smiles often. "Mr. Dresden," he said, breaking into a wide smile as I came in with a box of sleeping puppies. "Our little one-dogs you have given to us." Brother Wang's English was worse than my Latin. And that's saying something, but his body language was unmistakable. I returned his smile and offered him the box with a bow of my head. It was my pleasure. Wang took the box and set it down carefully, then started gently sorting through its contents. I waited, looking around the little chapel. A plain room built to be a quiet place for meditation, so that those who believed in something would have a place to pay honor to their faith. The airport had redecorated the room with a blue carpet instead of a beige one. They'd repainted the walls. There was a new podium at the front of the room and half a dozen replacement padded pews. I guess that much blood leaves a permanent stain, no matter how much cleaner you dump on it. I put my foot on the spot where a gentle old man had given up his life to save mine. It made me feel sad, but not bitter. If we had to do it again, he and I would make the same choices. I just wish I had been able to know him longer than I had. It's not everyone who can teach you something about faith without saying a word to do it. Brother Wang frowned at the white powder all over the puppies, and he held up one dust-coated finger with an inquisitive expression. "Oops." "Ah," Wang said, nodding. "Oops. Okay, oops." He frowned at the box. "Something wrong? Is it that all the little one dogs are boxed in?" I shrugged. "I got all of them that were in the building. I don't know if anyone moved some of them before I did." "Okay," Brother Wang said. "Less is more better than nothing." He straightened and offered me his hand. "Much thanks from my brothers." I shook it. "Welcome." Plane leaving now for home. Wang reached into his robe and pulled out an envelope. He passed it to me, bowed once more, and took the box of puppies and swept out of the room. I counted the priest's money, which probably says something about my level of cynicism. I'd racked up a fairly hefty fee on this one, first picking up the trail of the sorcerers who had stolen the pups, then tracking them down and snooping around long enough to know when he went out to get some dinner. It had taken me nearly a week of 16-hour days to find the concealed location of the room where the puppies were held. They asked me to go get them too, so I had to identify the demons guarding them too, and work out a spell that would neutralize them without, for example, burning down the building. Oops. All in all, my pay amounted to a couple of nice solid stacks of Ben Franklins. I'd logged a ton of hours in tracking them down, then added on a surcharge for playing repo. Of course, if I'd known about the flaming poo, I'd have added more. Some things demand overtime. I went back to the car. Thomas was sitting on the hood of the Beetle. He hadn't bothered moving it to an actual parking lot, instead taking up a section of curb at the loading zone outside the concourse. A patrol cop had evidently come over to tell him to move it, but she was a fairly attractive woman, and Thomas was Thomas. He had taken off her hat and had it perched on his head at a rakish angle. The cop looked relaxed and was laughing as I came walking up. "Hey," I said, "let's get moving, things to do." "Alas," he said, taking off the hat and offering it back to the officer with a little bow. "Unless you're about to arrest me, Elizabeth?" "Not this time, I suppose," the cop said. "Damn the luck," Thomas said. She smiled at him, then frowned at me. "Aren't you Harry Dresden?" "Yeah." Cop nodded, putting on her hat. "Thought I recognized you. Lieutenant Murphy says you're good people." "Thanks. It wasn't a compliment. A lot of people don't like Murphy." "Aw, shucks. I blush when I feel all flattered like that." The cop wrinkled her nose. "What's that smell?" I kept a straight face. "Burned monkey poo." She eyed me warily for a second to see if I was teasing her, then rolled her eyes. The cop stepped up onto the sidewalk and began moving on down it. Thomas swung his legs off the car, pitched my keys to me. I caught them and got in the driver's side. "Okay," I said when Thomas got in. "Where do I meet this guy?" "He's holding a little soiree for his filming crew tonight in a condo on the Gold Coast." Drinks, DJ, snacks, that kind of thing. Snacks, I said. I'm in. Just promise me you won't fill up your pockets with peanuts and cookies. Thomas gave me directions to a posh apartment building a few miles north of the loop, and I got moving. Thomas was silent during the drive. Up here on the right, he said finally, then handed me a white envelope. Give this to security guys. I pulled in where Thomas told me to and leaned out my car to offer the envelope to the guard in the little kiosk at the entrance of the parking lot. A squeaking, bubbly growl erupted from directly below my seat. I flinched. What the hell is that? Thomas said. I pulled up to the guard kiosk and stopped. I reached for my magical senses and extended them toward the source of the continuing growl. Crap, I think it's one of the... A sort of greasy, nauseating cold fled over my perception, stealing my breath. Ghostly charnel house scent came with it. The smell of old blood and rotting meat. I froze, looked up at the source of the sensation. The person I'd taken to be a security guard was a vampire at the Black Court. It had been a young man. His features looked familiar, but desiccation had left his face too gaunt for me to be sure. The vampire wasn't tall. Death had weathered it into an emaciated caricature of a human being. Its eyes were covered with white, roomy film, and flakes of dead flesh fell from its decayed, drawn lips and clung to its yellow teeth. Hair like brittle dead grass stood up from its head, and there was some kind of moss or mold growing in it. It snatched at me with inhuman speed, but my wizard sense had given me enough warning to keep its skeletal fingers from closing around my wrist, just barely. The vampire caught a bit of my duster's leather sleeve with the tip of its fingers. I jerked my arm back, but the vampire had as much strength in its fingertips as I did in my whole upper body. I had to pull hard, twist with my shoulders to break free. I choked out a shout, and the sudden rush of fear made it high and thready. The vampire rushed me, slithering out through the guardhouse window like a freeze-dried snake. I had a panic instant to realize that if the vampire closed to wrestling range with me inside a car, they'd be harvesting my organs out of a mound of scrap metal and spare parts. And I wasn't strong enough to stop it from happening. Thomas' senses evidently didn't compete with mine, because the Black Court vampire was up to its shoulders in a beetle before he choked out a startled, "Holy crap." I threw my left elbow into the vampire's face, and I couldn't hurt the creature, but it might buy me a second to act. I connected, snapping its head to one side, and with my other hand I reached into a box on the floor between the seats, right by the stick, and withdrew the weapon that might keep me from getting torn to shreds. The vampire tore at me with its skeletal hands, its nails digging like claws. If I hadn't laid those spells on my duster, it would have shoved its hand into my chest and torn out my heart. But the heavy spell of reinforced leather held up a second or two, buying me enough time to counterattack. The vampires of the Black Court had been around since the dawn of human memory. They had acres of funky vampire powers right out of Stoker's book. They had the weaknesses too: garlic, tokens of faith, sunlight, running water, fire, decapitation. Bram Stoker's books told everyone how to kill them, and the blacks had been all but exterminated in the early 20th century. The swiftest and most ruthless of their kind, with centuries of experience in matters of life and death. Mostly death. But even with centuries of experience, I doubt any of them would have been hit with a holy water balloon. I kept 3 of them in the box in my car in easy reach. I snatched one up, palmed it, and slammed it hard into the vampire's face. The balloon broke and the blessed water splattered over its head. Wherever it struck the vampire, there was a flash of silver light, and the dead flesh burst into white, heatless flame as bright as a magnesium flare. The vampire let out a dusty, rasping scream and convulsed in instant agony. It began thrashing around like a half-squashed bug. It slammed a flailing arm into my steering wheel, and the metal bent with a groan. "Thomas," I snarled, "help me!" was already moving. He tore his seatbelt off and drew up his knees and spun to his left. Thomas let out a shout and drove both feet hard into the vampire's face. Thomas couldn't have matched the Blackcourt vampire's physical power, but he was still damn strong. Double kicked threw the vampire out of the car and through the flimsy wooden wall of the guard kiosk outside. The squeaky growling turned into ferocious little barks while the vampire struggled weakly. It tried to rise, its white filmed eyes wide. I could see the damage the holy water had inflicted. Maybe a quarter of its head was simply gone, starting above its left ear and running down to the corner of its mouth. The edges of the holy water burns glowed with faint golden fire. Viscous globs of gelatinous black fluid oozed forth from the wounds. I picked up another water balloon and lifted my arm to throw it. The vampire let out a hissing shriek of rage and terror, then it turned and darted away, smashing through the back wall of the kiosk without slowing down. It fled down the street. He's getting away, Thomas said, and started getting out of the car. Don't, I snapped over all the barking. It's a setup. Thomas hesitated. How do you know? I recognized that guy. He was at Bianca's masquerade. Only he was alive back then. Thomas somehow grew even paler. One of the people that creepy Blackcourt bitch turned? The one dressed like Hamlet's shrink? Her name is Mavra. And yeah. Crap, he muttered. You're right, it's a lure. She's probably hiding out there watching us right now. Waiting for us to go running down a dark alley. He tried the steering wheel. It felt a little stiff, but still functioned. Hail the mighty Blue Beetle. I found a parking space and pulled into it. The puppy's barking became ferocious growls again. Mavra wouldn't need a dark alley. She's got some serious talent for veils. She could be sitting on the hood and we might not see her. Thomas licked his lips, keeping his eyes on the parking lot. You think she's come to town for you? Sure, why not? I cheated her out of destroying the sword Amorocus. She was an ally of Bianca's up until I killed her. Plus, we're at war. I'm surprised she hasn't shown up before now. Christ on a crutch, she spooks the hell out of me. Me too. I bent over and reached beneath the driver's seat. I felt a fuzzy tail, grabbed it, and drew the puppy out as gently as I could. It was the insane little notch-eared pup. He ignored me, still growling, and started shaking his head back and forth violently. Good thing we had a stowaway. Vamp might have gotten us both. What's that he's got in his mouth? The puppy lost hold of whatever he was savaging, and it landed on the floor of the beetle. Oh, I said. It's that vamp's ear. Holy water must have burned it right off. Thomas glanced down at the ear and turned a bit green. It's moving. The puppy snarled and batted at the wiggling bit of rotted ear. I picked it up as lightly as I could and tossed it out. The gray-black puppy was evidently satisfied with that course of action. He sat down and opened his mouth in a doggy grin. Nice reflexes, Harry, Thomas said. When that vamp came at you, real nice, faster than mine. How the hell did you manage that? I didn't. I was trying to feel out this little nuisance before he started growling. I felt the vamp coming a couple seconds before it jumped me. Wow. Talk about strokes of luck. Yeah, it's sort of a first for me. The pup abruptly spun, facing the direction the vampire had fled. He growled again. Thomas went rigid. Hey, Harry, you know what? No, what? I'm thinking we should get indoors. I picked up the puppy and scanned the darkness, but saw nothing. Discretion is the better part of not getting exsanguinated. Let's go. Chapter 4. Thomas and I went into the apartment building and found the guard who should have been in the booth outside drinking a cup of coffee with the second man behind the desk. We took the elevator to the top floor. There were only 2 doors in the hall, and Thomas knocked on the nearest. Music rolled and thumped inside while we waited, and the spotless carpet had been cleaned with something that smelled like snapdragons. Thomas had to knock twice before the door finally opened. A pretty woman somewhere around mid-40s answered Thomas's knock, and a tide of loud music came with her. She was maybe 5'6" and had her dark brown hair held up with a couple of chopsticks. She held a pile of discarded paper plates in one hand and a couple of empty plastic cups in the other, and wore an emerald green knee-length knit dress that showed off the curves of a World War II pinup girl. Her face lit up with an immediate smile. "Thomas, how wonderful to see you. Justine said you'd be coming by." Thomas stepped forward with his own brilliant smile and kissed the woman on either cheek. "Madge," he said, "you look great. What are you doing here?" "It's my apartment," Madge replied, her tone dry. Thomas laughed. "You're kidding me. Why?" "The old fool talked me into investing in his company. I need to make sure he doesn't throw the money away. I'm keeping an eye on him." "I see," Thomas said. "Did he finally talk you into acting?" Thomas put a hand on his chest. A modest schoolboy like me? I blushed to think. Madge laughed, a touch of wickedness to it, resting her hand lightly on Thomas's bicep as she did. Either she liked speaking with Thomas, or the hallway was colder than I thought. "Who is your friend?" "Madge, Shelley, this is Harry Dresden. I brought him by to talk business with Arturo. Harry's a friend of mine." I wouldn't go that far. I smiled a bit and offered my hand. She fumbled with plates and cups for a moment and then laughed. "I'll have to give you a rain check. Are you an actor?" Madge asked, her expression speculative. "To be or not to be? Howl now, brown cow." She smiled and nodded at the puppy who was riding in the curl of my left arm. "And who is your friend?" "He's a dog with no name, like Clint Eastwood, but fuzzier." She laughed again and said to Thomas, "I see why you like him." "He's mildly amusing," Thomas agreed. "He's up past his bedtime," I said. "Don't mean to be rude, but I need to talk to Arturo before I fall asleep on my feet." "I understand," Madge said. "The music's a little loud in the living room. Thomas, why don't you show you both to the study and I'll bring Arturo to you." "Is Justine here?" Thomas asked. His voice held a note of quiet tension to it that I doubted Madge noticed. "Somewhere," she said vaguely. "I'll tell her you've arrived. Thank you." We followed Madge inside the apartment suite. The living room was fairly dim, but I saw maybe 20 people there, men and women, some of them dancing, others standing and drinking or laughing or talking, like most parties. There was a haze of smoke, and only some of it was from cigarettes. Sorry. Colored lights shifted and changed in time with the music. I watched Thomas as we walked through the room. His manner changed subtly, something I could sense without being able to define. He didn't move any more quickly, but his steps became more fluid somehow. He looked around the room as he went through, his eyelids a little heavy, and he started drawing the eyes of every woman he walked past. I drew no such looks, even with the gray puppy sleeping in the crook of my arm. It's not like I'm Quasimodo or anything, but with Thomas walking through the room like a predator angel, it was tough to compete. Madge led us past the party room and into a small room with bookshelves and a desk with a computer. "Have a seat and I'll go find him," she said. "And give me a second. I'm gonna pause the stream right here for a second and I'll be right back." Okay. Thank you, I said, and settled down onto the chair at the desk. She left her eyes lingering on Thomas for a moment before she did. He perched on a corner of a desk, his expression pensive. You look thoughtful, I said, which seems wrong somehow. What is it? I'm hungry, Thomas said, and thinking Madge is Arturo's first ex-wife. And she's hosting a party for him, I asked. Yeah, I never thought she liked the guy much. What did she mean by investing? Thomas shrugged. Arturo broke off from a larger studio on the west coast to found his own. Madge is real practical. She's the kind of person who could despise someone while still being professional and working with them, acknowledging his talents. If she thought it was a winning bet, she wouldn't be worried that she didn't like the person in charge. It wouldn't be out of character for her to have invested money in Arturo's new company. What kind of money are we talking about? Not sure, Thomas said. 7 figures, maybe more? I'd have to get someone to look. I whistled. A lot of money. I guess, Thomas said. Thomas was rich enough that he probably didn't have much perspective on the value of a buck. I started to ask him more questions, but the door opened and a tall, vigorous man in his 50s entered, wearing dark slacks and a gray silk shirt rolled up over his forearms. He had a head of magnificent silver locks framing a strong face with a dark, short beard. And I lost my place. He had a boater's tan, pale smile lines at the corner of his eyes and mouth, and large, intelligent, dark eyes. Tommy, the man, boomed and strode to Thomas. Hey, I was hoping I would see you tonight. His voice had a thick accent, definitely Greek. He clapped both hands on Thomas's shoulders and kissed him on either cheek. You look good, Tommy boy, real good. You should come work with me, huh? I don't look good on camera, Thomas said, but it's good to see you too, Arturo Genosa. This is Harry Dresden, the man I told you about. Arturo looked me up and down. Tall son of a bitch, huh? I ate my Wheaties, I said. Hey, Pooch, Arturo said. He scratched a gray puppy behind the ear, and the little dog yawned, licked Arturo's hand once, and then promptly went back to sleep. Your dog? Temporarily, I said. Recovered him for a client. Arturo nodded, his expression calculating. You know what a strega is, Mr. Dresden? Practitioner of Italian folk magic, I responded. Divination, love potions, fertility blessings, and protections. They also can manage a pretty vicious set of curses with the technique they called the Malchuo, the evil eye. His eyebrows lifted in surprise. Guess you know a thing or two, huh? Just enough to get me into trouble, I said. But do you believe in it, in the evil eye? Yes. I've seen stranger things. Arturo nodded. Tommy boy tell you what I need? He said you were worried about a curse. Said some people close to you died. Arturo's expression flickered for a second. I saw grief undermine his confidence. Yes, 2 women, good souls both. I said. Assuming there was a curse involved, what makes you think it was meant for you? They had no other contact with each other, Arturo said. As far as I know, I was the only thing they had in common. He opened a drawer in his desk and drew out a couple of manila file folders. Reports, he said. Information about their deaths. Tommy says maybe you can help. Maybe, I agreed. Why would someone curse you? A studio, Arturo said. Someone wants to stop the company from getting off the ground. Kill it before the first picture gets made. What do you want me to do? Protection, Arturo said. I want you to protect the people on my crew during the shoot. Don't want anything else to happen to anyone. I frowned. Can be a tough job. Do you know who would want to stop production? Arturo scowled at me and stalked across the room to a cabinet. He opened it and withdrew an already opened bottle of wine. He pulled out the cork with his teeth and took a swig. If I knew that, I wouldn't need to hire an investigator. I shrugged. I'm a wizard, not a fortune teller. Got any guesses? Anyone who might want to see you fail? Lucille, Thomas said. Arturo glanced at Thomas, scowling. Who is Lucille? I asked. My second ex-wife, Arturo answered. Lucille de la Rosa. But she is not involved. How do you know? She would not. I am certain. Why? He shook his head and stared down at his wine bottle. Lucille, well, let's say that I did not marry her for her mind. You don't have to be smart to be hostile, I said, though I couldn't really think of the last time someone stupid had pulled off powerful magic. Anyone else? Is there another ex-wife around? Arturo waved a hand. Tricia would not try to stop the picture. Why? She is the star. Thomas made a choking sound. Christ, Arturo. Silver-maned man grimaced. No choice. She had a standing contract. Would have killed me in court if I did not cast her. Is there an ex-wife number 4, I asked? I can keep track of 3, but there's 4 I have to start writing things down. Not yet, Arturo muttered. I am single so far, just the 3. Well, that's something. Look, unless whoever is bringing this curse onto you does something right in front of me, there's not a lot I can do. We call a spell like the Evil Eye an entropy curse. It's damn near impossible to trace any other way. My people must be protected from the Malechua. Can you do that? If I'm there when it goes down, yes. How much does that cost, he asked. $75 an hour plus expenses, $1,000 up front. Arturo didn't hesitate. Done. We start shooting in the morning, 9 o'clock. I'll have to be close within sight if possible, I said. And the less anyone knows about it, the better. Yeah, Thomas agreed. He'll need a cover story. If he stands around the open, the bad guy will just wait until he leaves or goes to the bathroom or something. He can boom for me. Boom microphone. Thomas supplied. Oh, that is not such a hot idea. My magic doesn't go on so well with machines and such. Arturo's face clouded with annoyance. Fine, production assistant. Something in his pants made a chirping sound. He drew his cell phone from his pocket. He held up a hand to me and stepped over to the other side of the room, speaking in low tones. Production assistant. What's that? I asked. Gopher, Thomas said. Errand boy. He stood up with his movements restless. There was a knock at the door, and it opened to admit a girl who may not have reached drinking age. She had dark hair, dark eyes, and a little taller than average. She wore a white sweater with black skirt that showed off a lot of leg. And even compared to the pretty people outside, she was a knockout. Of course, the last time I had seen her, she'd been naked except for a red Christmas present bow, so it was possible that I was biased. Justine, Thomas said, and there was a kind of relief in his voice that would usually have associated with his historical sailor shouting, "Land ho!" He took a step over to the girl and pulled her to him in a kiss. Justine's cheeks colored and she let out a breathless little laugh before his lips touched his, or her lips touched his, and it melted into the kiss like there wasn't anything else in the whole world. Puppy in a curl of my arm vibrated, and I glanced down to see him staring at Thomas in an audible, disapproving growl, shaking his fuzzy chest. They didn't kiss for a long time, really, but when Thomas finally lifted his mouth from hers, she was flushed, and I could see the pulse beating in her throat. Nothing remotely like that, or like thought or restraint touched her face. The heat in her eyes could have scorched me if I'd been a little closer, and for a second, I thought she was about to drag Thomas to the carpet right there in front of me. Instead, Thomas turned her so that she stood with her back to his chest and drew her arm against him, pinned her there with his arms. He looked paler, and his eyes had become an even fainter shade of gray. He rested his cheek on her hair for a moment and then said, "You've met Harry?" Justine regarded me with heavy, sultry eyes and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Dresden." She inhaled through her nose and made a visible effort to draw her thoughts together. "You're cold," she said to Thomas. "What happened?" "Nothing," Thomas said, his tone light. Justine tilted her head, then took a tiny step away from him. Thomas blinked at her, but didn't try to keep her. Nothing," she said. She touched his cheek with her fingers. "You're freezing." "I don't want to worry you about it," Thomas told her. Justine looked over her shoulder at me. I checked on Arturo, who was still in a conversation on the phone, then said in a low voice, "Black Court. I think it was one of Mavro's goons." Justine's eyes widened. "Oh God, was anyone hurt?" "Only the vampire," said. I gave the puppy now a silent, vague wave. Puppy saw him coming. Thomas just Justine said, looking back at him. You told me that you didn't have to worry about Mavra. In the first place, we don't know it's Mavra, Thomas said. He gave me a look over Justine's head that warned me to shut the hell up. And in the second place, they were after Dresden. He's here under my invitation, so I helped him out a little. Boot to the head, I agreed. Ran him off. My God, I'm glad you're all right, Mr. Dresden, but this shouldn't have happened. Thomas, we shouldn't even be in town. If you don't... Thomas put a finger under Justine's chin and drew her eyes up to his. Justine shuddered. Her eyes faltered to a halt, or her lips faltered to a halt, her mouth partly open. Her pupils dilated until there was practically no color showing around them. She swayed a little on her feet. Relax, Thomas said. I'll take care of things. Her brow furrowed with a tiny line, and she stammered, but I don't want you to get hurt. Thomas' eyes glittered. Deliberately, he raised one pale hand and touched a fingertip to the pulse in her throat. And he drew it down in a slow, lazy spiral that stopped half an inch under her collarbone. She shuddered again, and her eyes slipped entirely out of focus. Whatever thought had been in her head, it died a silent little death, and left her swaying on her feet, making soft, mindless sounds between quick breaths. And she loved it. From the looks of things, she didn't have a choice. The puppy's silent growl buzzed against my skin. Anger flashed through me in a wave of silent outrage. Stop it, I said in a quiet voice. Get out of her head. This doesn't concern you, Thomas replied. Like hell it doesn't. Back off the mind mojo right now, or you and I are going to have words. Thomas's gaze moved to me. Something vicious in his eyes flashed with cold fury, and one of his hands closed into a fist. Then he shook his head, closed his eyes for a moment, and he spoke before they opened. The less she knows about the details, he said in a rough, strained voice, the safer she's going to be. From who? I demanded. From anyone who might not like me or my house, Thomas said. The words were laced with a hint of feral snarl. If she doesn't know any more than any other doe, there's no reason to target her. It's the only thing I can do to protect her. Back off, wizard, or I'll be happy to start the conversation myself. Just then Arturo finished his call and turned back. He blinked and stopped short of conversation distance. I'm sorry, did I miss something? Thomas arched an eyebrow at me. I took a deep breath and said no. We just stumbled onto an uncomfortable topic. But we can put a lid on it until later. Good, Arturo said. Now, where are we? I need to take Justine home, Thomas said. She's had a little too much tonight. Best of luck, Arturo. Arturo nodded to him and managed to smile. Thank you, Tommy boy, for your help. Sorry. It's nothing. He slipped an arm around Justine, drawing her with him, and nodded to me as he left the room. Later, Harry. I rose to and asked Arturo, where do you want me tomorrow? He set down the bottle of wine, grabbed a memo pad off the desk, and scribbled down an address. Then he withdrew a roll of money, peeled off 10 bills, and slapped $1,000 cash down on top of the address. I collected all of it. I don't know if I believe in your sincerity, Mr. Dresden. I waved the bills. As long as you're paying, I don't really need you to believe in me. See you in the morning, Mr. Genosa. Chapter 5. Oh, taking a moment. Sound off who all is in the stream. Saf, you alive? Because I got 2 people in here that I can see, and I know one is Ricardo. The other one's Saf. There's one. And I know Ricardo won't respond because he's just got me up on his laptop. Oh. You having fun so far? Okay. Chapter 5. I shambled back to my place around late o'clock. Mr. the bob-tailed gray tomcat who shares my apartment hurled himself at my legs in a shoulder block of greeting. Mr. weighs 25 or 30 pounds, and I had to brace myself against his ritual affection. Mr. tilted his head at me and sniffed at the air. Then he made a low warning sound of his imperial displeasure. As I came in, he bounced up onto the nearest bit of furniture and peered at the puppy still sleeping in my arm. Temporary, I assured him and sat down on the couch. He isn't staying. Mr. narrowed his eyes, prowled over to me, and swatted at the puppy with an indignant paw. Take it easy, this lunatic is a featherweight. I murmured a minor spell and lit a few candles around my apartment with my will. I dialed the number where I had been contacting Brother Wang while he was in town. I got only a recording telling me the number had been disconnected. Phones are occasionally wacky when it's me using them, so I tried again. No success. Bah! My bones ache and I wanted to rest, safe and cozy in my lair. Said lair was in the basement of an old, creaky boarding house built better than 100 years ago. Its sunken windows high up in its walls and largely consisted of a single living area around a fireplace. I had old, comfortable furniture, a sofa, a love seat, a couple of big recliner-type chairs. They didn't match, but they looked soft and inviting. The stone floor was covered with a variety of area rugs, and I had softened the look of the concrete walls with a number of tapestries and framed pictures. The whole place was sparkling clean, and the air smelled of pine boughs. Even the fireplace was scoured down to clean stone surface. You can't beat the fair folk as housekeepers. You also can't tell people about them, because they'll pack up and clear out. Why? I have no idea. They're fairies, and that's just how it works. On one side of the living room, there was a shallow alcove with a wood-burning stove and an old-fashioned icebox, and some cabinets that held my cookingware and groceries. On the other, a narrow doorway led to my bedroom and bath. There was barely enough room for my twin bed and a second-hand dresser. I pulled up the rug that covered the entrance to the sub-basement, a trapdoor set in the floor. It was deep enough underground to keep a subterranean chill year-round, so I juggled the puppy while putting on a heavy flannel robe. Then I got a candle, opened the trapdoor, and descended the folding stepladder into my laboratory. I had forbidden the cleaning service to move around my lab, and as a result, it had been slowly losing the war against entropy for a couple of years. The walls were lined with wire racks, and I had filled them with Tupperwares, boxes, bags, tubs, bottles, cups, bowls, and urns. Most of the containers had a label listing their contents. Ingredients for any number of potions, spells, summonings, and magical devices. I had occasion to make from time to time. A work table ran down the middle of the room, and at its far end was a comparatively recent concrete patch that didn't match the rest of the floor. That patch was surrounded by the summoning circle set into the stone. I splurged on replacing the old ring with a new one made of silver, and I moved everything into the room as far from it as I could. The thing I'd locked up under the circle had been quiet since the night I'd sealed it into the spirit prison. But when it came to entombing a fallen angel, I was pretty sure that there was no such thing as too much caution. Bob, I said as I lit more candles, get up. One shelf didn't match the rest of the room. Two simple metal struts held up a plain wooden plank. Mounds of old candle wax spread in multicolored lumps at either end of the board, and in the middle rested a human skull. The skull shivered a little, teeth rattling, and then a dim glow of orange light appeared in its empty eye sockets. Bob the skull wasn't really a skull. He was an air spirit, a being with a great deal of knowledge and centuries of magical experience. Since I'd stolen him from Justine Dumorn, my own personal childhood Darth Vader, Bob's knowledge and skills had let me save lives, mostly my own, maybe, but a lot of other lives, too. How did it go? Bob asked. I started rummaging through the various sundry. 3 of the little bastards slipped through that paralysis charm you were so sure of. I barely got out in one piece. You're so cute when you whine, Bob said. I'd almost think that, holy cats, Harry. Eh? You stole one of the temple dogs? I petted the puppy's fur and felt a little offended. It wasn't anything I meant to happen. He was a stowaway. Wow, Bob said. What are you going to do with him? Not sure yet. Brother Wang's already gone. I tried to call his contact number just now, but it was out of service. I can't call up a messenger and send him back to the temple because that entire area of the mountains is warded, and the letter might take months to get through if it gets through at all. I finally found a big enough box, scrounged around a bit more, and dropped a couple of old flannel bathrobes into it, followed by the exhausted puppy. Besides, I've got better things to worry about. Like what? Like the Black Court, Mavra and her. What's the term for a group of Black Court vampires? A gaggle? A passel? A scourge, Bob said. Right. Looks like Mavra and her scourge are in town. One of them came pretty close to punching my ticket tonight. Bob's eyelights flickered with interest. Neat. So the usual drill, wait for them to try again so you can backtrack the attackers to Mavra. Not this time. I'm going to find them first, kick down their door, and kill them all in their sleep. Wow, that's an atypical plan, Harry. Yeah, I liked it too. I put the puppy's box on the table. I want you to take Mister out on town in the morning. Find wherever it is Mavra is holding up during the day. And for the love of Pete, don't step on any more warding spells. Bob somehow gave the impression that he shivered. Yeah, I've been a lot more careful, but the vampires aren't stupid, Harry. They know you're helpless during the day. Or they're helpless during the day. They'll have taken some measures to protect their refuge. They always do. I'll take care of it, I said. You might be more than you can handle alone. That's why I'm going Justice League on them. I said, fighting on. I put the cardboard box with the puppy on the work table, picked up my candle, and went on to the stepladder. Hey, where do you think you're going? Bed. Early day tomorrow. New case. The temple dog is staying here. Why? Because I don't want to leave him all by his lonesome. If I take him with me, I think Mister would eat him before I went to sleep. Damn it, Harry, I'm a lawyer, not a veterinarian. I need shut-eye. And I get to babysit the dog? Yeah, my job sucks. Form a union, I said heartlessly. What's the new case? I told him. Arturo Genosa asked. The Arturo Genosa? The movie producer? I lifted my eyebrows. Yeah, I guess you've heard of him. Heard of him? Heck yeah, he's the best there is. My intuition piped up again. I felt something in my insides drop. What kind of movies? Critically acclaimed erotic features, Bob said, fairly bubbling with enthusiasm. I blinked. There are erotic film critics? Sure, all kinds of periodicals. Like what? Jugs, Hooters, Funky Buns, Busting Out. I rubbed at my eyes. Bob, those are porno magazines, not trade journals. 4 stars, 4 boners. What's the difference? Bob asked. I wasn't going to touch that one. The skull sighed. Harry, I'm not trying to call you stupid or bullet. Neighbor's the obvious, but you did get hired by a vampire of the White Court, an incubus. What kind of job did you think this was going to be? I glowered at Bob. He was right. I should have known it wasn't going to be simple. Speaking of, how much do you know about the White Court? Oh, the usual, Bob said, which meant he knew plenty. I saw Thomas get real weird tonight. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but Justine was there and she said that he was freezing, that it worried her. Then he hit her with some kind of mind magic hypnosis and zoned her out entirely. He was hungry, Bob said. I mean capital H kind of hungry. The hunger is a kind of, I don't know, symbiotic spirit inside a White Court vamp. They're born with it. That's where they get their strength and powers and stuff. Among them, nigh immortality. But it doesn't happen for free. That's why they do the whole feeding thing. The hunger needs it to survive. I got it, I said Therion. They use their powers and it makes the spirit hungry, so they have to feed, Ephron. What happens if they don't feed? Short term, moodiness, anger, violent behavior, paranoia. In the long term, they use up whatever reservoir of life energy they have. Once that happens, hunger pretty much takes over and makes them hunt. If they can't hunt, they go insane. What about the people they feed on? What about them, Bob said. They get little pieces of their life nibbled away. It does a form of spiritual damage, like when the nightmare mauled Mickey Malone. It leaves them vulnerable to the whites' mental allure and control, so it's easy for the whites to come back by for another bite. What happens is they keep getting fed on. It's fed upon, O Bard. If it keeps up, the mortal burns out early, sort of fades away into a kind of mindless daze. Heart attacks during an intense feeding usually kills them. Killer sex, I said. Literally. To die for, Bob confirmed. An eerie thought, and one that disturbed me a lot more than I thought it should. What if the vamp doesn't want to feed on someone? Want doesn't matter. They feed on pure reflex. That's what they are. So if they stay with someone, eventually they kill them. Sooner or later, Bob said. Always. I shook my head. I'll remember that, I said. Tough to keep up the paranoia around Thomas. He's, well, hell, if he was human, I might not mind buying him a beer once in a while. Bob's tone turned serious. He might be a great guy, Harry, but it doesn't change the fact that he isn't always in control of his power, or his hunger. I doubt he can stop himself from entrancing that pretty girl of his, or from feeding upon her. Not that I'd really want to. I mean, she's hot. Who wouldn't want a little nibble of Justine now and then? Am I right? Focus, I growled. Just find Mapra's hiding place. I'll be back from the job before sundown if I can. Bob sighed dreamily. Some guys get all the luck. Genosa always casts the prettiest girls. Lots and lots of pretty girls. I'm going to be prowling the mean streets looking for hideous creatures of the night, and you're going to be standing right there next to the most beautiful women in erotica, getting to watch everything going on, big as life. I felt my face flood with feverish blush. Keep an eye on the dog. You have my permission to take Mr. On the town after the sun rises. Be back by sundown. Will do. Harry, Harry, Harry. What I wouldn't give to be in your shoes this week. Which in retrospect just goes to show what a blah, 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 blah. Well, I get it up. Which in retrospect just goes to show what a pretty face can inspire and even a bodiless spirit of intellect to dizzying heights of idiocy. Oh. Chapter 6. My cat walked on my face just after dawn. My body thought I should have been getting a couple more hours of shut-eye at the least. Instead, I shambled to the door to let Mr. outside. Before the cat left, he bobbed his head at me, and his eyes glittered with nearly invisible flickers of orange light. Bob had taken temporary possession of Mr. Actually, I suspected that Mr. tolerated Bob's control only because he got to see new things when I sent Bob out on a mission. Bob was a being of spirit and was too fragile to go drifting around in sunlight. It could burn his usual form to vapor in a few seconds. The spirit needs some form of protection during full daylight, and Mr. was it. I had my usual flash of concern and mumbled, "Be careful with my cat." The cat rolled his eyes and gave me a contemptuous-sounding feline growl. Then Mr. hurled himself against my legs in a gesture that had nothing to do with Bob before bounding up the steps and out of sight. I showered, got dressed, and got enough of a fire going in my kitchen stove to scramble some eggs and toast some bread. There was a scratching sound from the open trapdoor to my lab, and then I heard a series of thumps. A moment later, the scratching began again, and I peered down the stepladder. The little gray puppy had escaped the box and was attempting to climb the stepladder. He made it up 5 or 6 steps, slipped, and thumped back down to the stone floor at the bottom of the ladder, evidently for at least the second time. He didn't whimper when he fell, he just sprawled, wiggled to get his paws back under, then started up the ladder again full of, well, dogged determination. Hell's bells, dog, you're insane. Did you know that? Certifiable. The puppy climbed to the next step and paused to look at me, mouth dropping open in a doggy grin. He wagged his tail so hard he nearly fell off again, and I went down and scooped him up and put him on the love seat. Sat down with him to eat breakfast. I shared and made sure he got a bit of water to drink, Just because I wasn't keeping him didn't excuse me from showing a guest some measure of hospitality, even if the guest was fuzzy. While I ate, I mapped out my plan for the day. I'd have to spend most of it at Genosa's studio if I was going to be able to protect anyone from incoming curses. But ultimately, it was a losing strategy. Sooner or later, I would be in the wrong place, or else the curse might come in too hard or fast for me to stop. Smart plan was to find out where these curses were coming from. Someone had to be sending them. What I really had to do was find that person and push their face in a little. Problem solved. What's more, I was pretty confident that whoever was behind these curses was close to Genosa's social circle. One not as invasive or vicious as magic that directly attacked a person's physical body. This curse was plenty potent. For magic to work, you have to believe in it. Really believe, without any doubts or reservations. It isn't all that common for someone to have that much conviction directed towards murderous ends. It's even less common to have that kind of rancor for a complete stranger. All of which meant that the killer was probably someone close to Genosa's crowd, or in it. Which meant that there was at least a chance that I would come face to face with the killer at work today. Best pack for trouble. Speaking of which, I wouldn't have to worry much about the Black Court making a move on me in daylight. That didn't mean I could afford to let my guard down for long. Vampires had a general habit of recruiting surrogate thugs for wet work in broad daylight, and a bullet between the eyes would kill me just as well as some vampire ripping off my lower jaw. In fact, it would be a lot better because then the vampire could order the flunky to give himself up or suicide. Immortal authorities who might otherwise cause trouble would become a non-issue. I was better than most at maintaining a high alert, but even so I couldn't be sharp on my guard forever. I get tired, bored, make mistakes, to say nothing of how grumpy it would make me, generally speaking. The longer I waited to solve the vampire problem, the more likely I'd be to get dead. So I had to move fast. Which meant that I needed to round up some help fast. It took me about 10 seconds to figure out who I wanted to call. I even had time enough to see one of them before work. Give me a second. Sorry about that. We finished breakfast and I let the puppy handle the pre-wash. I got out of my Rolodex, got on the phone, and left 2 messages with 2 answering machines. Then I pulled on my heavy black mantle duster, dropped the pup into one of the huge pockets, and fetched my staff and rod along with a backpack full of various gadgets for on-the-fly spell work, and went out to face the day. My first destination, JoJo's Hurricane Gym, reside on the first floor of an old office building not far from the headquarters of Chicago PD. The place had once been a tragically, if predictably, short-lived country western bar. When Joe moved in, he tore down every wall that wasn't a load-bearing section and ripped out the cheap ceiling tiles, peeled the floor down to smooth, naked concrete, and installed a lot of lights. To my right lay a couple of bathrooms large enough to do double duty as locker rooms. A large square of safety carpet boasted about 30 well-used pieces of weight training equipment, and several racks of weights and dumbbells that made my muscles ache just looking at them. In front of me was an honest-to-goodness boxing ring. Though it wasn't raised,
On the other side of the ring, a raised platform boasted a long row of boxing targets, heavy bags, speed bags, and a couple of flicker bags that I could rarely hit more than once in a row. The last area was covered with a thick impact mat and was the largest in the gym. Several people in judo pajamas were already working through various grappling techniques. I recognized most of the pajama people on site as members of Chicago's finest. One of the men, a large, brawny rookie, let out a sharp shout, and then he and another man closed in to attack a single opponent. They were quick and worked well together. If it had been anyone but Murphy up against them, they probably would have been successful. Lieutenant Karen Murphy, the woman in charge of Special Investigations Division of Chicago PD, stood an even 5 feet. Blonde hair had been tied back into a tail, and she wore white pajamas with a faded belt that was more gray than black. She was attractive in a pleasantly wholesome kind of way. Crystal blue eyes, clear skin, and an upturned nose. She had been a student of Aikido since she was 11. The brawny rookie overestimated her speed, and she had slipped aside from his kick before he realized his mistake. She caught him by an ankle, twisted with her whole frame, and sent him tumbling away for a second or two. Time enough for her to handle the second attacker. He struck more cautiously, and Murphy let out an abrupt shot of her own, faked a jab, and drove a front kick into his belt. It wasn't at full strength, and he'd taken the blow correctly, but he fell back a couple of steps. Hands lifted in acknowledgement. If Murphy had been in earnest, she would have put him down hard. The rookie came back in, but he hadn't really gotten up to speed. Murphy blocked a jab, and a slow reverse punch got the rookie by the wrist and sent him smashing down on the impact mat. One hand twisted to the breaking point and held firm. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Held firm at the small of his back. The rookie grimaced and slapped the mat 3 times. Murphy released him. "Hey, Stallings," she said, loudly enough to be heard by the whole gym. "What just happened here?" The older opponent grinned and said, "O'Toole just got beat up by a girl, Lieutenant." There was a general round of applause and good-natured jeers from the other cops in the gym, including several calls of "Pay up! Told you so." O'Toole shook his head ruefully. "What did I do wrong?" "Telegraphed the kick," Murphy said. "You're a moose, O'Toole. Even a light kick from you will do the job. Don't sacrifice speed to get more power. Keep it quick and simple." O'Toole nodded and walked over to an open corner of the mat with his partner. "Hey, Murphy," I called. "When are you going to stop picking on the little kids and fight someone your own size?" Murphy flicked her tail over her shoulder and her eyes shining. "Come say that to my face, Dresden." "Give me a minute to amputate my legs and I will," I responded. I took my shoes off and set them against the wall, along with my duster. Murphy got a smooth wooden staff about 5 feet long and a rack on the wall. I took my staff into a square marked in tape on the mat, and we bowed to each other. We warmed up with simple sequence, alternating strikes in a steady, working rhythm, wooden staves clacking solidly. Murphy didn't start pushing for more speed. "Haven't seen you for almost 2 weeks. You flaked out on the self-defense notion?" "No," I said, keeping my voice down. "Been on a job. Finished it up last night." I lost focus, slipped up in the sequence, and Murphy's staff banged down hard on the fingers of my left hand. "Hell's bells! Ow!" "Concentrate, wimp." Murphy gave me a second to shake my fingers, then she started again from the beginning. "You've got something on your mind." "Something off the record," I said, lowering my voice. She looked around. No one else close enough to listen. "Okay, I need a thug. You available?" Murphy arched a brow. "You need manpower?" "Thug power," I said. Murphy frowned. "What do you have in mind?" "Black Court, at least 2 in town, probably more. Hitters." I nodded. "One of them pretty close to taking me last night. You okay?" "Yeah, but we have to shut these guys down and fast. They aren't gentle and fun-loving like the Reds." "Meaning?" "Meaning that when they feed, their victims don't usually survive. They don't feed as often, but the longer they stay, the more people are going to be killed." Murphy's eyes glittered with a sudden, angry fire. "What's the plan?" "Find them, kill them." Her brow shot up. Just like that, no formal balls, no masquerades, no clandestine meetings as preliminaries. Nah, I thought it might be nice to get the drop on the bad guys for a change. I like that plan. It's simple, I agreed. Like you, Murphy said. Just like me. When? I shook my head. As soon as I find where they're holed up during daylight, I could probably do it in a day or three. How's Saturday? Why? She rolled her eyes. Murphy annual family reunion is this weekend. I try to be working on reunion weekend. Oh. Why don't you just, not show up? I need a good excuse not to show up or my mother won't let me hear the end of it. So lie. Murphy shook her head. She'd know. She's psychic or something. I felt my eyebrows go up. Well, gee, Murph, I guess I'll just try to arrange things so that the deadly monster threat will be convenient to ducking your annual family fun fest. Your sense of priorities once more astound me, she grimaced. Sorry, I spend time dreading this every year. Things are sort of hard between me and my mother. Family skews your sanity. I don't expect you to She broke off abruptly and a little pang of hurt went through me. She didn't expect me to understand. I didn't have a mother. I didn't have a family. I never had. Even my dim memories of my father had all but vanished. I had been only 6 years old when he died. God, Harry Murph said. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry, I coughed and focused on the sequence. It shouldn't be a long job. I find the vamps, we go in, pound in some steaks, cut some heads, toss some holy water, and we're gone. She began to speed the pace, evidently as glad as I to leave the comment unremarked. The strength of her swings made my hands buzz when her staff hit mine. You mean we get to live the cliche, she asked, steaks and crosses and garlic? Yeah, cakewalk, Murphy snorted. Then why do you need thugs? In case they have goons. I need thug power to counter goon capability. She nodded. A few extra hands wouldn't be a bad idea. Why don't you ask the Holy Night guy? No. What if we need him? Michael would come in a hot second if I asked him. But I'm tired of seeing him get hurt because of me. I frowned, almost lost the rhythm, then found it again. God or someone like him does Michael's events scheduling, and I get the feeling that Michael's a lot less invincible when isn't officially on the clock. But he's a big boy, and I mean, he knows the risks. He has brains. He also has kids. Murphy faltered this time, and I hit one of her thumbs. She winced and nodded toward the rookie cop she'd humbled. O'Toole there is Mickey Malone's nephew. He'd jump through fire for you if I asked him along. God, no. No newbies on this run. A stupid mistake could be fatal. You could talk to Stallings. I shook my head. Murphy, the boys in SI are a lot better at handling supernatural weirdness than the average bear. But a lot of them still don't really believe what they're dealing with. I want someone smart and tough and who won't freeze or freak out, and that's you. They're better than that. What happens to them if something goes wrong? If I make a mistake or you do? Even if they go out in one piece, how do you think they would handle the backlash when they get back to the real world, where people don't believe in vampires and there are bodies to explain? Murphy frowned. The same thing that would happen to me, I guess. Yep. But you're their leader. You want to be responsible for sending them into that kind of mess? Expose them to that? Murphy looked at several of the men around the gym and grimaced. You know I don't want that. But my point is that I'm as vulnerable as they are. Maybe. But you know the score. They don't. Not really. You know enough to be careful and smart. What about the White Council? Murphy asked. Shouldn't they be willing to help you? I mean, you're one of their own. By and large, they don't like me. I need their help like I need a sword in the neck. Gee. Someone actually resisted your charm and finesse? What can I say? They have no taste. Murphy nodded. So who else are you going to get? You and one more will do for the coffin patrol. I know a guy who is good with vampires, and I'm going to have a driver standing by when he goes down. How many laws are you planning on breaking? None if I can help it. What if these vampires have human goons? We disable them. I'm only gunning for Black Court, but if you want to pull double duty as conscience officer, that's fine by me. We finished the sequence, backed a step away, and bowed to each other. Murphy walked with me to the edge of the mat, frowning and mulling things over. I don't want to sidestep any laws. Vampire hunting is one thing. Going vigilante is another. Done, I said. She frowned. And I'd really like it if we did it on Saturday. I snored. If we go early, maybe you can get laid up in the hospital or something at least. Ha ha, Murphy said. Do me a favor and keep an eye on missing persons for a few days, and it might help tip us off to their location. I want every bit of information I can get. Gotcha, Murphy said. You went to work on some hand-to-hand? I picked up my duster. Can't. Got to be on the new job in half an hour. Harry, Aikido is a demanding discipline. If you don't practice every day, you're going to lose what you've learned. I know, but it isn't like I can depend on routine from day to day. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, Murphy said. She held my staff for me while I put on my coat and abruptly frowned as she handed it back. What? I asked her. Her mouth twisted into the shape it got when she tried to hold back laughter. Is that a puppy in your pocket, or are you just glad to see me? I looked down. The puppy had woken from his nap and poked his head out of my duster pocket and was panting happily. Oh, right. Murphy plucked the puppy out of my pocket, turned him belly up, and started rubbing his tummy. What's his name? No name. I'm not keeping him. Ah, want a dog? She shook her head. They take too much attention, and I'm gone at all hours. Tell me about it. Know anyone who does? Not really. Do me a favor. Keep him for a day. Why me? Because I have to go on a new job this morning, and I haven't had time to get him settled with somebody. Come on, Murph. He's friendly. He's quiet. You'll never know he's there. Just for the day. Murphy glowered at me. I'm not keeping him. I know. I'm not keeping him. You just said that, Murph. Just as long as you understand that I'm not keeping him. I get it, alright, she nodded. Just this once, then. I'm doing paperwork at my desk today, but you'd better be there to pick him up by 5. You're an angel, Murph. Thank you. She rolled her eyes and settled the pup in the curl of her arm. Yeah, what's the new job? I sighed and told her. Murphy burst out laughing. You're a pig, Dresden. I didn't know, I protested. Oink, oink, oink. I glowered at her. Don't you have some paperwork to do? Get there by 5, pig. By 5, I sighed and grumbled to myself as I walked out to my car and left for my first day on the set. Okay. Chapter 7. Chicago is a business town. Entrepreneurs of every stripe duke it out ferociously in pursuit of the American dream, discarding the carcasses of fallen ventures along the way. The town is full of old business headquarters, most of them held by the long-term commercial giants. When a new business sets its sights on Second City, it's cheaper for them to settle in one of the newer industrial parks littered around the city's suburbs. They all look more or less alike, a grid of plain, blocky, readily adaptable buildings 2 or 3 stories high with no windows, no landscaping, and gravel parking lots. They look like enormous, ugly concrete bricks, but they're cheap. Arturo had acquired a short-term lease on such a building in such an industrial complex 20 minutes west of town. There were 3 other cars parked in its lot by the time I got there. I had a nylon backpack full of various magical tools I might need to ward off malevolent energy. Salt, a bunch of white candles, holy water, a ring of keys, a small silver bell, and chocolate. Yeah, chocolate. Chocolate fends off all kinds of nasty stuff, and if you get hungry while warding off evil, you have a snack. It's multi-purpose equipment. One end of my carved wooden blasting rod protruded from the backpack in case I needed to make a fast draw. I was also wearing my shield bracelet, my mother's pentacle amulet, my force ring, and a new gizmo I'd been working with, a silver belt buckle carved in the shape of a standing bear. Better to have the magical arsenal and not need it than to not have it and get killed to death. I want to point out I read that last part correctly. Killed to death. I got out of the car and had on a pair of slacks and a polo shirt, since I had no idea what a production assistant on an adult film was supposed to wear. The client would have to be happy with business casual. I slung the backpack over one shoulder and locked up the car. A second car pulled up as I did, a shiny green rental number and a parked next to a blue Beetle. 2 men got out. The driver was a fit-looking man, maybe in his late 30s. He was a little taller than average and had the build of someone who works out in a non-fanatic kind of way. His medium brown hair was long enough to look a little disheveled. He wore a round-rimmed spectacles, a Nike t-shirt, and Levi's. And his cross trainers probably cost him upwards of $100. He nodded at me and said good morning in a tone of genuine cheer. Hi, I responded. New guy, he asked. New guy. Cameraman? Stunt double. Cool. He grinned, pulled a designer-labeled gym bag out of the back of the rental car, and slung it over his shoulder. He approached, offering his hand. I'm Jake. I traded grips with him. His hand had the calluses of someone who worked with them, and he had a confidence that conveyed strength without attempting to crush my fingers. I liked him. Harry, I responded. The second man who got out of the rental car looked like a weightlifting commercial. He was tall and built like a statue of Hercules beneath tight leather pants and a sleeveless workout shirt. He had a high-tech tan, coal-black hair and wasn't old enough to qualify for decent rates on his auto insurance. His face didn't match the Olympian body. His features rated on the western slope of the bell curve of physical appeal. But to be fair, he was staring at me with a murderous scowl, which probably biased my opinion. Who the hell are you? I the hell am Harry, I said. He pulled out his own gym bag and slammed the car door. You always a wise ass? No. Sometimes I'm asleep. He took a pair of hard steps toward me and thrust the heel of one hand at my shoulder in a belligerent push. Classic macho macho jitsu. I could have done a bunch of very violent things in response, but I try not to get into fights in a gravel parking lot if I can help it. I took the push without yielding and grunted. Wrist is a little limp. If you like, I can show you an exercise or something, help you out. His face twisted with abrupt heat. Son of a bitch, the man swore and dropped his bag so he could ball his huge hands in a huge fist. Whoa, Jake said and stepped between us, facing the big guy. Hey, come on, Bobby, it's too early for this crap. Bobby got a lot more aggressive once Jake was there to hold him back, snarling and cussing. I'd faced too many literal ogres to be too terribly impressed by a metaphorical one. I was just as glad that it hadn't gone any further. The kid was a hell of a lot stronger than me, and if he knew more than nothing about how to handle himself, he could ruin my whole day. The kid subsided after a minute and picked up his stuff and again scowled at me. I know what you're thinking, and you can forget it. I lifted my eyebrows. You're a psychic too? Wise ass stunt double, he snarled. It happened once. You aren't going to make a name for yourself. You might as well just leave now. Jake sighed. Bobby, he's not a stunt double. But he said he was joking. Jake said, Christ, he's newer at this than you. Just go inside. Get some coffee or spring water or something. You don't need this on a shooting day. The kid glared at me again and jabbed his index finger at me. I'm warning you, asshole. Stay out of my way if you don't want to get hurt. I tried to keep all the panic and terror he'd inspired off my face. Okie doke. The kid snarled, spat on the ground in my direction, then stormed inside. Someone woke up with the testosterone and not today. I said, Jake watched Bobby go and nod. He's under pressure. Try not to take it personal, man. That's tough, I said. What with the insults and violent posturing and such? Jake grimaced. Nothing to do with you personally, man. He's worried. About being replaced by a stunt double? Yeah. Are you serious? What the hell does a stunt double do in a porno flick? Jake waved a hand vaguely towards his belt. Extreme close-ups. What? Historically speaking, it doesn't happen often, especially what with Viagra now. But it isn't unknown for a director to bring in a double for the close-up of a scene, if the actor is having trouble finishing. I blinked. He thought I was a stunt penis? Jake laughed at my reaction. Man, you are new. You've been doing this work long? A while, he said. Guess it's a dream job, eh? Gorgeous women and all? He shrugged. Not as much as you'd think, after a while anyway. And why do you do it? Habit, he asked, with an easy grin. Plus, lack of options. I thought about doing the family thing once, but it didn't work out. He fell silent for a second, his expression touched with faint grief. He shook his head to come out of it and said, Look, don't worry about Bobby. He'll calm down once he figures out his stage name. Stage name? Yeah, I think that's what has got him all nervous. This is only his second shoot. First one is in the can, but it'll be a bit before they do final credits and such. He's got up until next week to figure out his performing name. Performing name, huh? Don't make fun of it, he said, expression serious. Names have power, man. Do they? Really? Jake nodded. A good name inspires confidence. It's important for a young guy. Like Dumbo's magic feather, I said. Right, exactly. So what names do you go by? I asked. God damn it, I hate that I have to fucking read this. Jack Rockhard. Jake replied promptly. He eyed me for a moment, his expression assessing. What? I asked. You mean you don't recognize the name? Or me? I shrugged. I don't have a TV. Don't go to those theaters either. His eyebrows shot up. Really? Are you Amish or something? Yeah, that's it. I'm Amish. He grinned. Maybe you'd better come inside with me. I'll introduce you around. Thanks. No problem, Jake said. We went on into the building, a place with sterile beige walls and an invincible medium brown carpet. Jake led me to a door with a computer-printed sign that read Green Room and went inside. A long conference table ran down the center of a comfortably sized room. Donuts, drinks, fruits, bagels, and other foods of every description were laid out on the trays down its length. The room smelled like fresh coffee, and I promptly homed in on the coffee machine for a cup. A plain-faced woman in her mid-40s entered, wearing jeans and a black tee, red and white flannel shirt. Her hair was tied up under a red bandana. She seized a paper plate and dumped food on it at random. Good morning, Guffey. Joan, Jake responded easily. Have you met Harry? Not yet. She glanced over her shoulder at me and nodded. Wow, you are very tall. I'm actually a midget. The haircut makes me look taller. Joanne laughed and popped a donut hole in her mouth. You're the production assistant, eh? Yes. She nodded. So let's produce. I thought that was our churros bag. He's the director and executive producer. I'm the actual producer. Makeup, cameras, lighting, sets, you name it. I handle the crew and the details. She turned to me and offered her hand, shaking off sugary donut goodness, and she said, as she did, Joanne Dallas, pleasure. I said, Harry Dresden. Joanne nodded. Come on then. There's still a lot to do before we can shoot. Guffey, get to the dressing room and clean yourself up. Jake nodded. Are they here yet? Her tone of voice became annoyed. Giselle and Emma are. There was a moment of silent, pregnant tension. Jake Winston headed for the door. Harry, nice to meet you. Joanne's okay, but she'll work you to death. Joanne threw an apple at him. Jake caught it when it bounced off his chest and crunched it with his teeth and held it in his mouth so that he could wave as he left the room. Grab yourself some food, Stilts, Joanne said. You can help me put cameras together. I was hoping to talk to Arturo before we got going. She turned around with 2 plates loaded with breakfast pastries. She hadn't bothered getting any fruit. You're a funny guy. He's probably not out of bed yet. Bring that box of cookies. If my blood sugar drops too low, I might take your head off. She led me down a short hallway to a cavernous room, a shooting studio. A slightly raised stage held an unlit set, which looked like a lavishly appointed bedroom. Arrayed in a line in front of it were several black plastic crates and a freestanding shop light. Joanne flicked it on and started opening crates, popping a bit of food into her mouth every third or fourth movement. Nice place, I said. Been a bitch, Joanne said between bites. Last company here was supposed to do some kind of computer production deal, but they had to be lying. They redid all the wiring here, routed in way heavier than they were supposed to have. Took me a week to get things working, and then I had to turn their old gym into something like a dressing room. But this place still isn't up to code. You cannot change the laws of physics, I said. She laughed. Amen. Engineer, then? I asked. By way of necessity, she answered. I've done sets, lighting, power, even some plumbing, and, she said, opening boxes, cameras. Gather around, gopher boy, you can help. I settled down while she laid out parts from heavy plastic crates. She assembled them several professional cameras and tripods with the surety of long practice. She gave me instructions as she did, and I did my best to help her out. There was a pleasant, quiet rhythm to the work, something that I hadn't really felt since the last time I'd been on a farm in Hog Hollow, Missouri. It was interesting. Technology was unfamiliar territory for me. See, those who wield the primordial forces of creation have a long-running grudge with physics. Electronic equipment in particular tend to behave unpredictably, right up until it shuts down and stops working altogether. Old technologies seemed to be more stable, which was one reason I drove around in a Volkswagen Beetle that had been built before the end of the Vietnam War. But newer products, video cameras, televisions, cell phones, computers, would die a horrible, fizzling death after any extended time in my presence. There was a sense of order to that we were doing that appealed to me on some level. Putting parts together, locking them into place, lining up plugs into their corresponding sockets, taping groups of wires together so that they wouldn't get tangled. I did well enough that Joanne sat back and watched me work on the last camera on my own. So how is this supposed to work? I said. What happens next? The lights, she sighed. Damn lights are the most annoying part. We had to set them up so that no one looks too shiny or too wrinkly. Once that's done, I'll let the technical manager handle sound and go ride herd on the actors. Metaphorically, I hope. She snorted. Yes, some of them are decent enough, like that blockhead Guffey. But if you don't push them into getting things done, they'll never be ready for the set on time. Makeup, costume, that sort of thing. Aha. And some of them are late, I asked. Scrump will be. And it almost came out a growl. Who? Trisha Scrump. Actress. You don't like her? I despise that self-absorbed, egotistical little bitch, she said cheerfully. She'll play the princess and everyone else in the set will know that they don't have to show up on time or be ready to go on time, or even be entirely sober since her lascivious highness Trixie Vixen will be showing up late to everything anyway, high as a kite and doing exactly as she pleases. I long to slap her silly. Give me a sec. There we go. I'm back. You shouldn't repress your emotions like that, I said. She let out a belly laugh. Sorry. No reason to drag a newbie into old politics. Guess I'm just upset to be working with her again. I didn't expect it. Ah, hostility for the porn starlet. That's what we in the business call motive. Joanne did not strike a creepy, murderous Strega vibe with me, but I'd learned the hard way that a skilled liar can look innocent right up until she stabs you in the back. I dug for more information like a good investigator. Why not? She shook her head. When Arturo left Silverlight Studios to start his own company, he made a lot of people angry. What do you think about that? The move, I mean, she sighed. Arturo's an idiot. He's a kind man and he means well, but he's an idiot. Anyone who works with him now risks getting blacklisted by Silverlight. Even Trixie? I mean, if she's a big star, won't the studio kind of kowtow to her? She leaned down to check a connection I'd made, shoving the plug in. Are you on drugs or something? She's a big star with a limited shelf life. They'd replace her without blinking. She sounds gutsy. Joanne shook her head. Don't confuse courage with stupidity. I think she's vapid enough to actually believe she's too important to lose. If I didn't know better, I'd say you don't like her much. Don't matter whether or not I like her, Joanne said. It's my job to work with her. I watched her set her mouth in a firm line as she started closing cases and stacking them up. I was willing to bet that Trisha Scrump, aka Trixie Vixen, didn't have the same kind of professional resolve. I helped Joanne pick up the crates and tools and stack them against the far wall of the dim studio. She moved briskly, tension and distaste simmering under the surface of her determined expression. I studied her as covertly as I could, and she clearly wasn't happy to be here. Could be Could she be gunning for Arturo with some kind of heavy-duty entropy curse? It didn't track. There hadn't been any hostility when she spoke about Arturo, and if she were a strong enough practitioner to throw out deadly spells, she wouldn't be able to keep up a career amidst so much technology. If she were harboring vengeful feelings towards Arturo, she was the best actress I'd ever seen. I suppose that could have been possible, but my instincts were sending me mixed messages. On the one hand, they told me that Joanne was on the level. On the other, they told me there was more to the woman than met the eye. Something told me that the things were more serious than they appeared, that this situation was even more dangerous than I had originally believed. It bothered me. It bothered me a lot. Joanne shut the last case and interrupted my train of thought. Okay then, let's get the studio powered up. I said, maybe I shouldn't be here when you do. She lifted her eyebrows, evidently waiting for an explanation. I have a plate in my head. It's a little twitchy around electric fields. High voltage equipment, that kind of thing. I'd rather come in when it's already up and running so I can back off if there's a problem. Joanne stared at me with a lot of skepticism. Is that so? Yeah. She frowned. How did you get this job? Christ, I'm a terrible liar. I tried to think of an answer, but didn't begin with thing. But I was interrupted. A surge of silent, invisible energy swept through the room, cold and foul. My stomach twisted with abrupt nausea, and my skin erupted in goose flesh. Dark, dangerous energy swirled by, drawing my attention to the studio's exit. It was the kind of magic that destroys, warps, rots, and corrupts. The kind of magic you'd need to feed a deadly entropy curse. What's wrong? Harry, you're shaking. Are you alright? Who else is in the building? Jake, Bobby, Emma, and Giselle. No one else. I stumbled to my backpack, picked it up. If Joanne hadn't helped me balance, I might have fallen down. Show me where. Joanne blinked in confusion. What? I shoved the sensation of the dark magic away as best I could and snarled, They're in danger. Show me where. Now. My tone might have alarmed her, but her expression became more worried than frightened. Joanne nodded and ran out of the studio, leading me out a side door, up a flight of metal spiral stairs, and into another hallway. We sprinted to a room with a sign on it that said dressing room. Get back, I said, and stepped in front of her. I hadn't yet touched the doorknob when a woman began to scream. And chapter 8. And I want to eat. Oh. Eden brought me a sandwich. For those of you who've never watched the stream before or are watching this later, Eden is my wife. She bribed me with food so she could go out on town. Not that I care. We're almost to page 100. We'll be done with this today. Well, actually it's 10:43. We probably won't be done with it today. But I'll knock out a good bit of it. Enough for you guys to hate it when I fucking stop. There we go. Oh. Look. Zap, you still alive? What had you laughing so much earlier? I glanced over and I just saw the LOL and the ha 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 ha. Listen. The porno name. First off, Rock Hard is spelled HRDT, and that's really fucking tricky to pronounce. Alright? Don't you fucking judge me. Wait till I get to the fucking Elven names and shit. Ugh. Oh. Boob. The whole book is funny. I love the humor of it. It's got that dry, wise ass humor that I have. Oh. Yeah, I've been reading this series forever. You can tell it's influenced me a lot. Oh. The only problem I'm having so far is that when I'm looking down or reading the book, my nose gets stuffy. I don't know why. Alright. Alright. Chapter 8. I tore the door open into a room the size of my apartment, lined with freestanding mirrors, folding tables, and chairs. A cloud of foul energy slapped me in the face. Bobby stood off to my right, his expression registering surprising confusion. To my left stood a woman in the corner of my vision, mostly naked. I didn't stop to goggle, but ran through the room to a second room. It was partly open and swinging closed again. I slammed through it into a bathroom as big as my bedroom, which I suppose isn't all that unusual. The air was hot, humid, and smelled like fresh soap. The shower was running, its glass door broken into jagged teeth. The floor was covered in more broken glass, a little water, and a lot of blood. Two rigid, motionless bodies lay on the floor. My instinct screaming a warning, and just before I stepped into the pool of bloodstained water, I threw myself into a jump. My shins hit heavily on the counter of the sink, and I started to fall. I grabbed onto the faucet and hauled myself up. My shins hurt like hell, but I'd kept my feet off the floor. My brain caught up to my instincts, and I saw what was going on. The two people on the floor weren't motionless. They were locked in positions of rigid agony. Sparks leapt up in the back of the corner of the room. A heavy, high-voltage light fixture had broken loose from the ceiling and fallen, hauling exposed wiring to lie in the thin sheet of scarlet liquid on the floor. Like I said, I didn't get along with technology when I'm trying to use it, but when I actually want to bust it up, I'm hell on wheels. I extended my right hand at the light fixture, snarled incoherently, and willed raw power over the electric menace like an invisible wrecking ball. The hex rippled through the air, and live wires exploded into blue arcs of electricity for maybe 2 seconds, and the lights went out, and the whole damn building. Oops. I heard a pair of gasps from whoever was on the floor, presumably Jake and someone named Giselle. I got out my pinnacle amulet. What's happening? Bobby's voice sounded suspicious. Stars. What a dope. Hey, prick. What do you think you're doing? Where are the damned emergency lights? Said an annoyed female voice. A light flicked on in the dressing room and Joanne appeared at the bathroom door holding a pocket flashlight on a keychain. What's going on? Call 911, I snapped. Hurry, there's bleeding. You need a light, Joanne said. Got one. I willed energy through the silver pinnacle. Flickered and began to brighten with a steady blue glow that made the blood on the floor look black. Hurry and bring all the ice you can find when you come back. Joanne vanished from the door. She snarled, "Get out of the way, you blockhead," and her footsteps retreated down the hall. I got off the sink, splashed into the water, and knelt down beside the downed people. Jake, naked from the waist up, stirred as I did. "Ow," he said in a rough voice. "Ow." "Are you alright?" I asked. He sat up, wobbling a little. "Never mind Giselle. She must have slipped in the shower. I came in to help her." I turned my attention to the girl. She was young and a little scrawny for my taste, all long limbs and long hair. I rolled her onto her back. She had a cut running the length of her neck, curving from the base of her ear to above her collarbone. Blood shone on her skin. Her mouth was partly open. Her dark eyes were glassy. "Crap," I said. I seized a towel from a large shelf of them, pressed it down hard into the girl's wound. "Jake, I need you." Jake looked up a little blearily. "Is she dead?" "She will be if you don't help." "Hold this down hard. Keep pressure on the wound." Okay, he didn't look steady, but he clenched his jaw and did as I instructed, while I elevated her feet with a rolled towel. Jake said, "I can't feel a pulse. She isn't breathing." Damn it, I tilted the girl's head back and made sure her mouth was clear. I sealed my mouth to hers and blew in hard. Then I drew back and put the heels of my hands near her sternum. I wasn't sure how hard to push. The practice dummy in the CPR class didn't have ribs to break. I guessed and hoped I got it right. 5 pushes, then another breath. 5 more, then another breath. Blue light from my amulet bobbed and waved about, making shadows lurch and shift. For the record, CPR is hard to do for very long. I made it maybe 6 or 7 minutes, and was getting too dizzy to see when Jake told me to switch off with him. We swapped jobs. Joanne returned with a big steel bowl of shaved ice. When I had her folded into one towel, which I then pressed over the wound. "What are you doing?" "She's cut bad. If we get her heart started, she'll bleed out. The cold will make the blood vessels constrict, slow down the bleeding. It might buy her some time." "Oh God," Joanne muttered. "Poor thing." Don't you be making fun of the physics of my book. Fucker. I leaned down to peer at her face. The skin on the left side of her features and on her throat was covered in blotches of dark, angry red. "Look, burns." "From the electricity?" Joanne asked. Her face wasn't in the shower. I squinted between the girl and the shower. "The water. It turned hot on her. She got scalded and fell right through the damn glass." Joanne flinched as if she had been stabbed with a knife, and her face turned gray. "Oh my God, this is my fault. I hooked up the water heater myself." "Jinx," said Bobby from the dressing room. "This whole shoot is jinxed. We're screwed." Joanne was holding herself steady, but tears fell from her chin onto the naked girl. I kept pressure on the injury. "Don't think this was your fault. I want you to get out front and show the paramedics in when they arrive." Her face still ashen, she rose and took off without looking back. Jake kept up the mouth-to-mouth like he knew what he was doing. I was panting and holding the towel and ice against the wound when the paramedics finally showed up, carrying the heavy-duty flashlight and rolling a wheeled stretcher between them. I told them what had happened to the girl and got out of their way, taking a seat in the corner of a counter that ran along the wall of makeup mirrors. Jake joined me a minute later. "Thought I felt her breathe," he panted, his tone subdued. He watched the paramedics work. "God, this is really terrible. What are the odds of all that happening, you know?" I frowned and closed my eyes, extending my senses into the room around me. Somewhere in the furor and panic, the choking cloud of destructive magic had dissipated. Barely a trace remained. With the crisis over and no action to occupy my mind, my hands started shaking. And and I saw a few stars in the corners of my vision. A phantom surge of panic sent my heart and breathing racing. I bowed my head and rubbed at the back of my neck, waiting for it to pass. Paramedics had some big old flashlights, so I put my amulet away, letting the blue light die out. "You alright?" Jake said. "We'll be in a minute. I hope she'll be okay." Maybe Bobby's right. About a jinx? Maybe. He studied me for a second, expression guarded. "How did you know?" "Know what?" "That we were in trouble, I mean. I thought you were in the studio. I ran in a couple of seconds after I heard her fall, and I was only a few feet away." "You must have come through the door a couple of seconds after I did. How did you know?" "Just lucky. We finished the cameras and Joanne took me up there to introduce me or something." "What was the light you had?" "Present from a friend's kid. Some kind of fancy new thing the kids have. Light up jewelry for dance clubs and keggers. They call them raves now. Raves, right?" Jake watched me for a moment and then slowly nodded his head. "Sorry. I'm being paranoid, I think." "Been there. No problem." He nodded and slumped down tiredly. "I thought I was a dead man in there. Thank you. It seems smart to keep the wizard thing on as low key as possible. Someone was flinging around some nasty energy. No sense in advertising my identity as a wizard of the White Council." "I didn't do much but run in." I said, "We were just lucky the power went out." "Yeah." The paramedic stood up, loaded Giselle onto the stretcher, and picked it up. Jake and I both came to our feet as they did. "Is she going to be okay?" he asked. The paramedics didn't slow down, but one of them said, "She's got a chance." The man nodded to me. "Without the ice, she wouldn't have had that." Jake frowned and chewed on his lip, clearly upset. "Take care of her." The paramedics went around the corner, but the second one called back, "Electricity can do some nasty damage you may not feel. Come on." But Jake stayed where he was. The paramedics took their lights with them, leaving the dressing room in darkness for a moment. When Joanne returned with her little flashlight, "Guffey, get your Bowflexed ass into that ambulance." He looked up at his reflection in the mirror wall. His hair was sticking up every which way. Though I apparently see the same stylist as Einstein, the Bride of Frankenstein, and Don King, I feel fine. Don't worry about me. "I thought you'd say that," she said. "Fine, I'll drive you there myself. Everyone else needs to leave until I can make sure the power lines aren't going to kill anybody." Bobby and Emma are already outside. "Harry, back here by 3, alright?" "Why?" "To start shooting." "Shooting?" Jake blurted. "After that?" She grimaced. "The show must go on. Everyone out so I can lock up." "Guffey, get in my car, and don't argue with me. Arturo is meeting us at the hospital." "Okay," Jake said. He didn't sound like he minded agreeing. "What about Bobby and Emma? They have a car?" "Don't think so." Jake picked up his sports bag, dug in it, and tossed me a set of keys. "Hey, give those to Emma for me." I caught them, and we all started out of the building. "Gotcha." Joanne sighed. "Maybe we are jinx. It's like someone said Macbeth." "What are the odds?" Jake agreed. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble. I didn't say anything to them, but I was pretty sure things would get worse before they got better. A whole lot worse. Oh. It's stuffy again! Oh. Give me a minute, I'm trying to clear my nose out without being disgusting on the mic. Alright. We went outside. Joanne and Jake spoke briefly with Bobby and the woman I presumed to be Emma. Then Joanne chivied Jake into the car and drove out in a hurry, leaving the stage open for me to do some more snooping. There wasn't any time to waste with lethal magic like that on the loose, and the keys gave me a good excuse to do more sniffing around. I didn't hold out much hope that anything in Bobby and Bully's head would be important, so I focused on the woman and walked over to them. Hey, I'm Harry, production assistant, Emma, the woman said. She was actually very pretty. She had the kind of beauty that seemed to convey a sense of personal warmth, a kindness, a face best suited to be smiling. Her eyes were shamrock green, her skin pale, her hair long and red, highlighted with streaks of sunny gold. She wore jeans with a black sweater and made both of them look inviting. But she wasn't smiling. She offered me her hand. I'm pleased to meet you. I'm glad you were there to help them. Anyone would have. Come on, Emma, Bobby said, his expression sullen. Let's call a cab and go. I don't think I've seen you around before. No, I'm local. A friend introduced me. Arturo told me him I needed a job. Emma pursed her lips and nodded. He's a softie. In case no one's told you, he is an average day on set. I'd hope not. I'm sorry about your friend. Emma nodded. Poor Giselle. I hope she'll be alright. She's from France. Doesn't have any family. I couldn't see her from where I was standing. Was it her throat that was hurt? Yeah. Where? I mean, where was she hurt? I drew a line on my face, starting at the back corner of my jaw, curving it down to beside my Adam's apple. There, back to front. Emma shuddered visibly. God, the scars. If she lives, I doubt she'll mind them. Like hell she won't, Emma said. They'll show. No one will cast her. Could have been worse. She eyed me. You don't approve of her profession? I didn't say that. What are you, the religious type or something? No, because if you are, I'd like to tell you right now that I'm not, and I don't appreciate when people pass judgment on my line of work. I'm not religious. I get so tired of hypocritical bastards who. She started to say something else, then made a visible effort to shut her mouth. Sorry. I'm not usually oversensitive. Sometimes I just get sick of people telling me how bad my work is for me, how it corrupts my soul, that I should abandon it and give my belief to God. You're not going to believe me, but I know exactly what you mean. You're right. I don't believe you. Her belt chirped and she drew a phone from its clip. Yes, she paused for a moment. No, sweetheart. Mommy already told you before I left. If Gracie says you get one cookie, then you only get one cookie. She's the boss until Mommy comes home. She listened for a moment and then sighed. I know, sweetie. I'm sorry. I'll be home soon, okay? I love you too, sweetie. Kisses. Bye-bye. Kid, I asked. She gave me a half smile as she put the phone back onto her belt, too. Their grandmother is with them. I frowned. Wow, I never really thought about that. An actress with children. Not many do. Does her father mind your career? Her eyes flashed hotly. He isn't involved with them, or me. Oh, I said. I offered her the keys. From Jake. For the car. Sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to. She exhaled. It seemed to let out pressure of her anger. She accepted him. Not your fault. I'm tense. Everyone around here seems to be, I said. Yeah, it's this film. If it doesn't do well, we're all going to be looking for work. Why? She shrugged her shoulder. It's complicated, but we're all on contract with Silverlight. Arturo left them, but he had managed to slip something into his own contract with the studio that would let him continue to hire cast from Silverlight for 3 months after his departure. Oh, I said. Jake said something about another movie. Arturo wanted to do 3 of them. This is the second. If the movie goes over well, Arturo will have a name for himself and will have the leverage to either quit contracts with Silverlight or renegotiate better terms. I see. And if the movies crash, Silverlight will never pick up your contracts. Exactly, she frowned. Well, we've had so many problems, now this. Come on, Emma, Bobby called. I'm starving. Let's go find something. You should start practicing some self-restraint for a change. The woman's green eyes flashed with irritated anger, but she smoothed it away from her face and said, I'll see you here this afternoon then, Harry. Nice to meet you. Likewise. She turned and glowered at Bobby as she walked to the car. They got in without speaking, Emma driving, and left the lot. I walked over to my car, pensive. Thomas and Arturo had been right. Someone had whipped out one hell of a nasty entropy curse. Assuming that this wasn't a coincidental focus of destructive energy, the mystical equivalent of being struck with a bolt of lightning, someone's energy can build up due to any number of causes. Massive amounts of emotion, traumatic events, even simple geography. That energy influences the world around us. It's what gives the Cubbies the home field advantage, though that whole Billy Goat thing sort of cancels it out. Leaves an intangible aura of dread around sites of tragic or violent events. It causes places to get a bad reputation for strange occurrences. I hadn't sensed any particular confluence of energies until just before the curse happened to Giselle and Jake, but that didn't entirely rule out a coincidence. There's a whole spectrum of magical energies that are difficult to define or understand. There are thousands of names for them in every culture. Mana, psychic energy, totem, juju, chi, bioethereal force. The soul, it's an incredibly complex system of interweaving energy that influences good old Mother Earth around us. But it all boils down to a fairly simple concept. Shit happens. And then again, other people around Oturo have been hurt. I could buy that lightning could strike twice, but if I hadn't interfered, it would have hit 4 times. Not much chance for coincidence there. No matter how many times I might have wished it, the energy that caused Giselle to slip into the glass door, the glass to break and cut her, and the lights to fall down and electrify the floor, was not one of those natural hot spots of power. It swirled past me like some vast, purposeful serpent, and it hadn't gone after the first person it crossed its path. It ignored me, Joanne, Jake, Bobby, and Emma, and gone into the shower after the girl. So Arturo was wrong about at least one thing. He wasn't the target of Malakio. The women around him were. And that pissed me off. Call me a Neanderthal if you like, but I get real irrational about bad things happening to women. Human violence was at its most hideous when a woman was on the receiving end. And supernatural predators were even worse. That's why seeing Thomas entrance Justine had set me off. I knew the girl was willing, sure. I was pretty sure Thomas didn't want any harm to come to her. The more primitive instincts in me only saw that she was a woman and that Thomas had been preying upon her. No matter what the rational part of my head thinks, when I see someone hurt a woman, my inner Gigantopithecus wants to reach for the nearest bone and go for fuck's sake. Go Kubrickian on someone's head. I swear to God, people throw in the most pain in the ass words. Oh. I got into the car frowning more deeply and forced myself to calm down and think. I took deep breaths until I relaxed enough to start analyzing what I knew. The attacks had the feeling of vendetta to it. Someone had a grudge against Arturo and was deliberately striking women near him. Who would hold a grudge that vicious? A jealous woman, maybe? Especially since he was a man with 3 ex-wives? Madge was in business with Arturo, though. She didn't seem to me the sort of person who would jeopardize her fortunes with something so primitive and intangible as vengeful hatred. Most recent wife, Tricia, was in the same situation, though I hadn't yet met her. The other ex-wife, Lucille, maybe, was not supposed to be in the picture. Could she be using magic to get a little payback? I shook my head and started my car. I'd been briefly exposed to an entropy curse once. It had been a lot more powerful than a Malakio. That had nearly killed Jake and Giselle. I barely survived it, even with the hefty arsenal of magic and the sacrifice of a good man's life, to divert the curse from me. I'd saved Jake and Giselle's, but I'd been lucky. It could have easily have been me getting electrocuted in a pool of my own blood. I'd managed to mitigate the Malakio barely, but there was nothing to say that it couldn't happen again. It was more than possible that next time lance of vicious magic would be aimed right at me. I started up the Blue Beetle and headed for my office, pondering on the road. I didn't have enough information to make a solid guess on the perpetrator. Maybe it would make more sense to examine the murder weapon, as it were, and determine how it was being used. Had the same sorts of limitations as any other spell, after all. Which meant that whoever was sending the evil eye had to have some sort of means of directing the magic at a target. Body parts worked best. A lock of hair, nail clippings, and fresh blood were the most common items used, but they weren't the only ones. A puppet, a little doll dressed up like the intended victim, could also be used to aim a malevolent spell. I'd heard you can even employ a good photo, but targeting the spell was only one part of the process. Before the killer could send it anywhere, they had to gather up the energy and make it happen. A curse that strong would require a whole lot of work. Gathering and focusing raw magic in one place, and after that, the energy would have to be molded, shaped into its desired result. Even among the magically gifted, that kind of discipline was rare. Sure, any of the White Council could do that as a matter of routine, but the White Council didn't include everyone with magic skill. Most weren't talented enough to apply for an apprenticeship, and there were plenty of people who washed out and never made it through their schooling. Magic this powerful would be dangerous business for someone new to the use of magic. Odds were good that this wasn't some petty jealous whim of an arcane dabbler. Someone with a disturbing amount of ability was methodically committing murder. But why? Why kill women working for Arturo? What effect would it have? The people involved in his films were clearly very nervous. Maybe someone was attempting to spread terror to cause Arturo's business venture to implode. Vengeance of some kind could be a motive, but after a moment's thought, I decided that greed opened up the field to more possibilities. Greed is a nice, sterile motivation. If the money's right, you don't need to know someone to take advantage of them. You don't have to hate them or love them or be related to them. You don't even have to know who they are. You just have to want money more than you want them to keep on breathing. And if history is any indicator, it isn't a terribly uncommon frame of mind. I parked in my building's lot and stomped up the stairs to my office. Who would gain by Arturo's ruin? Silverlight Studios, I nodded. That line of thought fit a lot better than some sort of demented vengeance kick. It was a good place to get started, and I had a couple of hours to put to use. With luck, I could dig up information I would need to support or demolish the idea of a bad guy with dollar signs where his conscience should be. I opened my office door, but before I could go inside, I felt something cold and hard press against the back of my neck. The barrel of a gun. My heart fluttered into sudden, startled panic. "Go into the office," said a quiet, rough voice, relaxed and masculine. "Don't make this any louder than it has to be." Man, the cliffhangers at the end of chapters are rough. Apparently, a gun held to the back of my head engenders a sense of fellowship and goodwill in the depths of my soul. I cooperated. I unlocked the door to the office and the gunman followed me in. My office isn't big, but it's on the corner and has windows and on two walls. There's a table, a counter with my old coffee machine on it, some metal filing cabinets, and a table holding a display of pamphlets meant to help public relations with the normals. My desk in the corner between the windows, two comfy chairs for clients facing it. Gunman walked me to one of my comfy chairs and said, "Sit." I sat. "Hey man, look," the gun pressed harder. "Hush." I hushed. A second later, something slapped on my shoulder. "Take it." Gunman said, "Put it on." I reached back and found a heavy cloth sleeping mask with an elastic head wrap. Why? The gunman must have thumbed back the hammer on his weapon because it clicked and I put the stupid mask on. You might not know this, but I don't function all that well as an investigator when blinded. That's the idea, the gunman drawled. The gun left my neck. "Try not to make me feel threatened," he said through a yawn. "I'm all spooked and jittery. If you make any noise or start to get up, I'll probably twitch, and this finger is pretty sensitive. My gun is pointed at your nose to ensure cause and effect chain could be inconvenient. The ensuing cause and effect chain could be inconvenient for you. Maybe next time you could just say freeze," I said. "No need to walk me through it step by step." His tone sounded like he'd colored it with a faint smile. Just want to make sure you understand the situation. If I blew your head off over a stupid misunderstanding, gosh, would our faces be red. He paused and added, well, mine anyway. He didn't sound jumpy to me. He sounded bored. I'd heard him moving around for a minute, and then there was a sudden vibration in the air. I felt as if the skin of my face had suddenly dried into leather and tightened over my cheekbones. Okay, he said, that'll do, take it off. I took the mask off and found the gunman sitting on the edge of my desk, a compact semi-automatic in his hand. He had it pointed at me in a casual way. He was a big guy, almost my own height, with dark golden hair just long enough to look a little exotic. He had gray blue eyes that stayed steady and missed nothing. He wore casual black pants, a black sports jacket over a gray t-shirt. He was built more like a swimmer than a weightlifter, all lean in power and lazy grace taken completely for granted. I looked around, saw a circle of salt as wide as two of my fingers poured around the chair. A Morton salt cylinder sat nearby on the floor. A bit of scarlet stained some of the salt circle. Blood. He'd used it to power up the circle, and I could feel its energy trapping all the magic in it, including my own. The circle had formed a barrier that would stop magic energy cold. I'd have to physically break the circle of salt and disrupt the barrier before I could send any magic at the gunman, which was probably the point. I eyed him and said, Kincaid, I didn't expect to hear from you until tomorrow at least. Rolling stones and moss, baby, the mercenary responded. I was going through Atlanta when I got your message. Wasn't hard to get a direct flight here. What's with the Gestapo treatment? He shrugged. You're a pretty unpredictable guy, Dresden. I don't mind making a social call, but I need assurance that you were really you. I assure you that I'm me. That's nice. Now what? He rolled one shoulder in a shrug. Now we have a nice talk. While you point a gun at me, I asked. I just find a friendly chat without either of us getting his brain redecorated with magic. I can't do that, I said. He shook a finger at me in a negative gesture. The council will burn anyone who gets caught doing it. That's different. He nodded at the circle. But from in there, you literally can't. I'm here to talk business, not die of stupidity. If you like, think of the precaution as a compliment. I folded my arms, because nothing says flattery like a gun to the head. Ain't that God's own truth, Kincaid said. He sat the gun down on my desk and put it left hand. But... Oh, that's a grammatical error. That's annoying. Put left his hand on it. Ew. Left his hand on it? Put his left hand on it? There we go. Put his left hand on it. There we go. I found it. Don't judge me. Dresden, I'm just plain folks. I'm still alive because I don't take stupid chances or walk into things blindly. I tried to ditch the stubborn anger and nodded. Okay then, no harm, no foul. Good. He checked a nylon strap watch on his left wrist. I haven't got all day. You wanted to talk to me? So talk. I felt annoyed enough to start screaming, but forced myself to rein in. There's a scourge of vampires in town. Black Court? Yeah, I said. Who's Scourge? Mavra. Kincaid pursed his lips. Cagey old hag. I hear she had up a pretty big crew. Yeah, I'm going to downsize them. Kincaid's index finger tapped on his gun. Black Courts are tough to take down unless you get them in their coffins. I can find them. You want me to bodyguard you until then? No, I want you to go there and help me kill them all. A smile parted his lips from white teeth. Going on the offensive would be nice. I'm getting bored on defense. What's the play? Find him and kill him. Kincaid nodded. Simple enough. Yeah, that's the idea. What are you going to cost me? He told me. I choked. Do you offer coupons or anything? Kincaid rolled his eyes and stood up. Christ, why did you waste my time, Dresden? Wait. Look, I'll figure out a way to pay you. He arched an eyebrow. I'm good for it. Maybe. But it's funny how spending a lifetime as a hired gun makes you a little cynical. Take a chance. I'll get the money to you, and I'll owe you one. His eyes glittered, flickers of malice and amusement sharing space in them. Owed a favor by the infamous Dresden. I guess it might be worth enough of my time to give you a chance. Great. 2 conditions, like? I want at least one more set of eyes along, someone good in a fight. Why? Because if someone gets hurt, it takes 2 people to get them out alive. one to carry and one to lay down cover fire. I didn't think you cared. Of course I do. The wounded guy might be me. Fine. What's the second condition? You need to understand that if you try to stiff me, I'll have to protect my interests. He lifted a hand. Don't get me wrong, it's just business. Nothing personal. It won't be an issue. Besides, you wouldn't want to eat my death curse, would you? No. So I'd use a rifle at 1,000 yards. The bullet outruns its own sonic boom and you'd never even hear the shot. You'd be dead before you realized what happened. That scared me. I've faced more than a few gruesome or nightmarish creatures, but none of them had been calm and practical. Kincaid believed that he could kill me if it came to that, and I'm thinking about it. I believed him too. He watched my face for a minute and his smile turned a shade wolfish. You sure you want me on board? There was a pregnant half-second of silence. Yeah. Alright. Kincaid stepped forward and brushed the salt circle with his toe. The tension of the circle's barrier vanished, and but I'm on the clock. I've got to get back to Ivy's place before Sunday. Understood. How do I get in touch? He slipped his gun into his jacket pocket and drew out a gray business card. He put the card on my desk and said, "Pager." He turned to leave, and I stood up and said, "Hey, Kincaid." He glanced at me. I tossed the sleep mask to him, and he caught it. "Just plain folk?" I asked. "Yeah." "Not supernatural?" "I wish," he said. "Vanilla mortal." "You're a liar." His features smoothed into a neutral mask. "Excuse me?" "I said you're a liar. I saw you during the fight at Wrigley, Kincaid. You fired a dozen shots on the move, dodging bad guys the whole time. What's so supernatural about that? In a fight, just plain folk miss sometimes. Maybe most times. You didn't miss once. What's the point of shooting if you're going to miss?" He smiled, made a mime gun with his thumb and index finger, and aimed at me. His thumb fell forward, and he said, "I'm as human as you are, Dresden. I'll see you later." Then he left. I didn't know whether to feel better or worse. On one hand, he was an experienced gunman and absolutely deadly in a fight. Human or not, I might need someone like that with me when I confronted Mavra. On the other hand, I had no idea how I would be able to pay him. I believed him when he said he'd assassinate me. The entire concept was scary as hell. The threat of a death curse that could be levied against a wizard slayer was a major asset. It meant that anyone or anything that tried to attack a member of the White Council would hesitate, unwilling to risk the burst of destructive power a curse a wizard could release in the last instances of his life. But those instants would be too slow against a high-powered sniper round fired from ambush. I could imagine a flash and a thump in the back of my head, a split second of surprise, and then blackness before I could even realize the need to pronounce my curse. Kincaid was right. It could work. The tactical doctrine of the powers that be in the magical communities of the world tended to run along a couple of centuries behind the rest of the planet. It was certainly possible that the senior-most wizards of the White Council had never considered the possibility. Ditto for the vampires, but it could work. And I need to pause real quick. And I'll leave you with the view. I'll be back. I'm back. Oh. Alright. The future abruptly seemed fairly unpleasant place for professional wizards. I set about cleaning up the salt and settled down at my little desk, putting my thoughts in order. I had to find out more. Sorry. Out of breath. I had to find out more about the circumstances around the victims of the Malakio. I had to go digging for more information on Arturo Genosa's ventures into the world of erotic film. And if that wasn't enough, while I did all that, I also had to figure out how to get enough money to keep my own hired thug from putting holes in my skull. For most people, it would be a desperate situation, but most people hadn't been through them as many times as I had. My worry and tension slowly grew as they did. I took a perverse comfort in the familiar emotions. It actually felt good to feel my survival instincts put me on guard against premature mortality. Hell's bells, is that insane or what? Chapter 11! Alright. I ran up a long distance bill while I did my digging on Genosa. I called a dozen different organizations and business entities around Los Angeles. But computers answered almost every phone, and everyone I talked to referred to me to their homepage on the internet. Evidently, conversation with an actual human being had become passé. Stupid internet. I hit some walls, slammed my head against some closed doors, got a little information, and ran out of time. I wrote down internet address, picked up some food, and went to see Murphy. Special Investigations had its office in one of the clumps of mismatched buildings comprising Chicago Police Headquarters. I checked in with the desk sergeant and showed him my consultant ID card Murphy had given me. The man made me sign in and waved me through. I marched up the stairs and came out on the level housing holding cell and Special Investigations. I opened the door to SI and stepped inside. The main room was maybe 50 feet long and 20 wide. Desks were packed into it like sardines. The only cubicle walls in the room were around a small waiting area with a couple of worn old couches and a table with some magazines for bored adults and some toys for bored children. One of them, a plush Snoopy doll spotted with old dark stains, lay on the floor. A puppy stood over it. Tiny teeth sunk into one of the doll's ears. He shook his head, his own torn ear flapping, and dragged Snoopy in a little circle while letting out small squeaky growls. The puppy looked up at me. His tail wagged furiously, and he savaged the doll with even more enthusiasm. "Hey," I told him. "Murphy's supposed to be watching you. What are you doing?" The puppy growled and shook Snoopy harder. "I can see that. Some babysitter she is." Tall man, going bald by degrees and dressed in a rumpled brown suit, looked up from his desk. "Hey there, Harry." "Sergeant Stallings," I responded. "Nice moves on Murphy yesterday. The way you slammed her foot with your stomach was inspiring." He grinned. "I was expecting her to go for a walk. Woman is a nasty infighter." Everyone tried to tell O'Toole, but he's still young enough to think he's invincible. "I think she made her point," I said. "She around?" Stallings glanced down the long room as the closed doors of Murphy's cheap, tiny office. "Yeah, but you know how she is with paperwork. She's ready to tear someone's head off. Don't blame her," I said and scooped up the puppy. "You get a dog?" "Nah, charity case. Murphy was supposed to keep an eye on him. Buzzer for me?" Stallings shook his head and turned his phone around to face me. "I plan to retire. You do it." I grinned and went down to Murphy's office, nodding to a couple other guys in SI along the way. I knocked on the door. "God damn it," Murphy swore from the other side of the door. "I said not now. It's Harry," I said. "Just stopping by to get the dog." "Oh God," she snarled. "Back away from the door." I did. A second later, the door opened and Murphy glared at me, blue-eyed, bright and cold. Get Morway. I've been fighting this computer all day long. I swear if you blow out my hard drive again, I'm taking it out of your ass. Why would your hard drive be in my ass? I said. Murphy's eyes narrowed. Yeah, okay, I'll be going then. Whatever, she said, and shut her office door hard. I frowned. Murphy wasn't really a whatever sort of person. I tried to remember the last time I'd seen her that short and abrupt. When she'd been in the midst of a post-traumatic stress, she'd been remote but not angry. When she was keyed up for a fight or feeling threatened, she'd be furious, but she didn't draw away from her friends. The only thing that had come close to this when she thought I was involved in a string of supernatural killings. From there she'd been standing, it looked like I had betrayed her trust, and she had expressed her anger with the right cross that had chipped one of my teeth. Something was upsetting her, a lot. Murph, I asked through the door, where'd the aliens hide your pod? She opened the door enough to scowl at me. What's that supposed to mean? No pod, huh? Maybe you're an evil twin from another dimension or something. The muscles along her jaw clenched and her expression promised murder. I sighed. You don't seem to be your usual self. I'm not an analyst or anything, but you kind of look like something is bothering you, just maybe. She waved a hand. It's this paperwork. No, it isn't, I said. Come on, Murphy. It's me. I don't want to talk about it. I shrugged. Maybe you need to. You're about 2 steps shy of psychotic right now. She reached for her door again, but didn't close it. Just a bad day. I didn't believe her, but I said, sure, okay. I'm sorry if the dog added to it. Her expression became tired. She leaned against the doorway. No. He was great. Barely made a sound. Quiet as a mouse all day long. He even used papers I put down. You sure you don't want to talk? Maybe. Not here. Walk with me. We left and walked down the hall to the vending machine. Murphy didn't say anything until she bought a Snickers bar. My mom called, she said. Bad news? Yeah. She closed her eyes, bit off a third of the candy bar, sort of. Not really. Oh, I said, as if her answer was some kind of sense. What happened? She ate more chocolate and said, my sister Lisa is engaged. Oh, I said. When in doubt, be non-committal. I didn't know you had a sister. She's my baby sister. My condolences, I guessed? She glowered at me. She did this on purpose. With the reunion this weekend, she knew exactly what she was doing. Well, it's a good thing someone knew, because so far I have no freaking clue. Murphy finished the candy bar. My baby sister is engaged. She is going to be showing up this weekend with her fiancé. And I am going to be there without a fiancé, or a husband, or even a boyfriend. My mother will never let me hear the end of it. Well, you had a husband, right? 2 of them, even. She glared. The Murphys are Irish Catholics, she said. Mine, not 1, but 2, count them. 2 divorces won't exactly wash clean the stigma. Oh, well, I'm sure whether you're dating would show up... Oh well, I'm sure whoever you're dating would show up with you, right? She glanced back towards the SI offices. If looks could kill, hers would have blown that section of the building into Lake Michigan. Are you kidding? I don't have time. I haven't been on a date in 2 years. Maybe I should have gone for the ultimate inept remark and started singing about how short people got nobody to love. I decided to sting her pride a little instead. She'd react well to it before. The mighty Murphy, slayer of various sundry nasty monsters, vampires, and so on, and trolls, she said. 2 more when you were out of town last summer, and you're letting a little family shindig get you down like this? She shook her head. Look, it's a personal thing between me and my mom. And your mom is going to think less of you for being single, a career woman? I regarded her skeptically. Murphy, don't tell me you're a mama's girl under all that tough chick persona. She stared at me for a moment, exasperation and sadness sharing space on her features. I'm the oldest daughter, she said, and, well, the whole time I was growing up, I just assumed I'd be her successor, I guess, that I'd follow her example. We both did. It's one of the things that made us close. The whole family knew it. And if your baby sister is all of a sudden more like your mom than you are, what, it threatens your relationship with her? No, she said, annoyance in her tone. Not like that, not really. It's sort of... It's complicated. I can see that, I said. She slumped against the vending machine. My mom is pretty cool, Murphy said, but it's been hard to stay close to her for the past few years. I mean, the job keeps me busy. She doesn't think I should have divorced my second husband. And that's between us a little. And I've changed. The past couple of years have been scary. I've learned more than I wanted to know. I winced. Yeah, well, I tried to warn you about that. You did, she said. I made my choice and I can handle living with it. But I can't exactly sit down and chat with her about it. So it's one more thing that I can't talk about with my mother. Little things, you know, a lot of them, pushing us apart. So talk to her, I said. Tell her there's stuff you can't talk about. Doesn't mean you don't want to be around her. I can't do that. Why not? Because I can't. It just doesn't work like that. Murphy had genuine worry on her face and actual tears in her eyes, and I started feeling out of my depth. Because it was a family thing. It seemed like something completely alien, and I didn't get it. Murphy was worried about being close to her mom. Murph should just go and talk to her mom, right? Bite the bullet and clear the air. With anyone else, she'd have handled the problem exactly that way. But I noticed that people got the most irrational whenever family was around, while simultaneously losing their ability to distinguish reason from insanity. I call it family dementia. You know what? I feel that. I may not have understood the problem, but Murphy was my friend. She was obviously hurting, and that's all I really need to know. Look, Murph, maybe you're making more of it than you need to. I mean, it seems to me that if your mom cares about you, she'd be as willing as you are to talk. She doesn't approve of my career, Murphy said tiredly, or my decision to live alone once I was divorced. I've already done all of the talking on those subjects, and neither one of us is going to budge. Now that I could understand. I had been on the receiving end of Murphy's stubborn streak before, and I had a chipped tooth to show for it. So you haven't shown up at the reunion where you'd see her and have to avoid all kinds of awkward topics for the last 2 years. Something like that, Murphy said. People are talking and we're all Murphys, so sooner or later someone is going to start giving unasked for advice and then it will be a mess. But I don't know what to do. My sister getting engaged is going to get everyone talking about subjects I'd rather slash my wrists than discuss with my uncles and cousins. So don't go. And hurt my mom's feelings a little more, she said. Hell, probably make people talk even more if I was there. Well, you're right about one thing. I don't understand it, Murph. It's okay, she said. But I wish I did, I said. I wish I worried about my uncle's opinions. And had problems to work out with my mom. Hell, I'd sell for knowing what her voice sounded like. I put a hand on her shoulder. Trite but true. You don't know what you have until it's gone. People change, the world changes, and sooner or later, you lose people you care about. If you don't mind some advice from someone who doesn't know much about family, I can tell you this. Don't take yours for granted. It might feel like all of them will always be there, but they won't. She looked down so that I couldn't see a tear fall, I guess. Talk to her, Karen. You're probably right, she said, nodding. So I'm not going to kill you for shoving your well-intentioned opinions down my throat in a vulnerable moment. Just this once. That's decent of you, I said. She took a deep breath, flicked a hand at her eye, and looked up in a more business-like face. You're a good friend putting up with this crap. I'll make it up to you sometime. Funny you should say that, I said. Why? I'm scouting out a money trail about the information I'm after is apparently on the internet. Could you hit a few sites for me? Help me get my hands on it? Yes. Gracias, I said. I passed her the address and gave her a brief rundown of what I was looking for. I'm going to be out and about. Might call you in an hour or two? She sighed and nodded. Did you find the vampires? Not yet, but I got some backup. Who? A guy named Kincaid. He's tough. No. One of those soldiers of fortune types. Pretty good vampire slayer. Murphy arched her brow. Is he clean? As far as I know. I should hear from our wheelman tonight. With luck, I'll find the lair and we'll hit them. Hey, if it just so happens that we have to go after them on Saturday, I finished for her. I know. I left and told the pup my theory about familial dementia on the way down the stairs. It's just a theory, mind you. It's got the support of a ton of empirical evidence. I felt a quiet pang of sadness as I spoke. Family troubles were something I never had. Wouldn't ever have. Murphy's problems with family might have been complicated and unpleasant, but at least they existed. Every time I thought I'd gotten through my orphan baggage, something like this came up. Maybe I didn't want to admit how much it still hurt. Not even to myself. I scratched the pup's notched ear as I walked out to the beetle. My theory is just theoretical, I told him. Because how the hell should I know? Oh, that was heavy. Still alive? Saf, you alive? Yep. You good? Weepy? Well, thanks. Should I just stop reading? Alright. Oh, we're on page 88, chapter 12. We're about a quarter of the way through the book. I swung past my apartment to grab lunch, a shower, and some clothes without so much blood on them. A beaten-up old rabbit had lost a game of bumper tag with a Suburban, and traffic was backed up for a mile. As a result, I got back to the set a few minutes late. A vaguely familiar girl with a clipboard met me at the door. She wasn't old enough to drink, but made up for a lack of maturity with what I could only describe as a gratuitous amount of perkiness. She was pretty, more awkwardly skinny than sleek, and had skin the color of cream. Her dark hair was done up in a Princess Leia cinnamon rolls, and she wore jeans, a pleasant-style blouse, and a clunky-looking sandals. "Hi," she said. "Hi yourself." She checked her clipboard. "You must be Harry then. You're the only one left and you're late." "I was on time this morning. That makes you half as good as a broken watch." "You should be proud." She smiled again to let me know she was teasing. "Didn't I see you talking to Justine at our churros party?" "Yeah, I was there. Had to leave before I turned into a pumpkin." She laughed and stuck out her hand. "I'm Inari. I'm an associate production assistant." I shook her hand. She wore some light, sweet scent that I liked. Something that reminded me of a buzzing locust and a lazy summer nights. "Nice to meet you, unless you're stealing my job. You're not a scab, are you?" Inari grinned, and it transformed her face into moderately attractive to lovely. She had great dimples. "No, as an associate gopher, I'm down the ladder from you. I think your job is safe." She checked a plastic wristwatch. "Oh God, we need to get moving. Our churro asked me to take you to his office as soon as you got here. This way." "What's he want? Beats me," she said. She started a brisk walk, and I had to lengthen my steps to keep up with her as she led me deeper into the building. She flipped to a second page and took a pin from behind one hair bun. "Oh, what do you like on your vegetarian pizza?" "Dead pigs and cows," I said. She glanced up at me and wrinkled her nose. "They're vegetarians," I said defensively. She looked skeptical. "With all the hormones and things they put in meats, you know they're having a number of very bad effects on you, right? Do you know the kind of long-term damage fatty meats can do to your intestinal tracts? I choose to exercise my status as an apex predator, and I laugh in the face of cholesterol. With an attitude like that, you're going to wind up with bulletproof arteries. Bring it." Inari shook her head, her expression pleasant and unyielding. Everyone decided they wanted to stick with veggies when I order. If someone has meat, the grease will get all over the rest of the food, so they settled on veggies. And I guess I will too. What do you want on yours? I mean, I'm supposed to make everyone happy there. "Kill me some animals and it's a protein thing." "Oh, you should have said," Inari replied, smiling at me. We stopped in front of a door and she scribbled on her clipboard, "Some extra cheese, maybe some beans and curd. Oh wait, tofu, protein, I'll mix you up." Bean curd pizza, good grief. I should raise my rates. "You do that." The puppy stirred my pocket and I stopped. "Here, there's something you could help me with." tilted her head at me. Oh, I reached into my pocket and drew the pup out. He was sleeping, every inch of him completely limp. Could you keep my friend company while I talk to Arturo? The girl melted with adoration, the way only girls can, and took the pup, cradling him in the crook of her arm and crooning to him. Oh, he's so sweet. What's his name? No name. Just watching him for a day or 3. He might be hungry or thirsty when he wakes up. I love dogs, she replies. I'll take good care of him. Appreciate it. She started to walk away. Oh, Harry, I almost forgot. What do you want to drink? Is Coke okay? I eyed her suspiciously. It isn't non-caffeinated, is it? She arched a brow. I'm health conscious, not insane. Dear child, I said. She gave me another sunny smile and jounced off down the hall, holding the pup as if he were made of glass. I went into the office. Oh. Arturo Genosa was inside, sitting on the corner of a desk. His silver hair looked rumpled, and a half-smoked cigar smoldered in a thick ashtray beside him. He summoned up a tired smile for me as I came in. Give me a second. Phone just went off. Okay. Hey, Harry. He came over and gave me one of those manly Mediterranean hugs, that leaves bruises. God bless you, Mr. Dresden. Without you here, I think we would have lost them both. Thank you. He kissed me on either cheek, and I'm not a kissy, huggy type, really, but I figured it was another manly European affection thing. Either that, or he just marked me for death. I stepped back and said, the girl's going to be alright. Arturo nodded. Going to live, alright? That I don't know. He waved a hand at his neck. The scars, they will be very bad. Tough on actress. He nodded. In the phone book, your ad says you give advice. Technically I sell it, but that's really more for... I need to know. Need to know whether I should stop the project. I arched an eyebrow. You think that's why these people have been attacked? He picked up a cigar, fiddling around with it. I don't know what to think. But I was nowhere nearby. This could have been an attack on me. I agree. It was the evil eye, I'm sure of it. Mr. Dresden, if a man threatens me, then it is nothing to face it. But this person, whoever it is hurting the people near me. I no longer choose only for myself. Why would someone want to stop your film, Mr. Genosa? I mean, pardon me if this insults you, but it's a skin flick. There are lots of them. I don't know. Maybe it is the business end, he said. Small entrepreneur, maybe could be a threat to more entrenched businessmen, so they lean to apply pressure quietly, you understand. If I didn't know better, I'd swear you just told me that you think they are being persecuted by a covert pornography syndicate. Genosa put the cigar in his mouth, rolling it around. He drummed his fingers on the desk and lowered his voice. You joke, but in the past few years, someone has been buying the studios a little at a time. Who? He shook his head. It's hard to say. I've investigated, but I'm not a detective. Is there any way you could? I'm already on it. I'll tell you if I turn anything up. Thank you. But what should I do today? I cannot allow my people to be harmed. You're racing the clock, right? If you don't finish the film, your business is kaput. Yes. How long do you have? Today and tomorrow, he said. Then you should ask yourself how willing you are to let ambition get someone killed. Then weigh it against how willing you are to let someone scare you out of living your life. I frowned. Or maybe lives, Pearl. You're right when you say you aren't choosing only for yourself. How can I make that choice? Look, Arturo, you need to decide if you are protecting these people or leading them. There's a difference. He rolled the cigar back and forth between his fingers and nodded slowly. They are adults. I am not their father, but I cannot ask them to risk themselves if they do not wish to. I will tell them that they are free to leave should they choose, with no ill will. But you will stay? He nodded firmly. Leader, then. Next thing you know, Arturo, I'll be buying you a big round table. I see. Arthur and Merlin. Yeah, I said. He regarded me thoughtfully. Your advice is good for a young man. You have good judgment. You haven't seen my car. He laughed, offered me a cigar, but I turned him down with a smile. No, thank you. You look troubled. Yeah, something about your situation doesn't sit right with me. This whole thing is hinky. Genosa blinked. It is what? Hinky, I said. It's sort of a Chicago word. I mean, there's something not right about what's going on. Yeah, I agreed. People are getting hurt. That's not it, I said. The attacks have been brutal. That means that the intentions of whoever is behind them are equally brutal. You can't sling around magic that you don't really believe in. That isn't something a simple business competitor could come up with. Even assuming that some hardball corporate types decided to start trying the supernatural angle instead of hiring $50 bruisers to lean on you. You think it is personal, he asked. I don't think anything yet. I need to do more digging. He nodded, expression sobering up. If you stay here, you can keep protecting my people? I think so. He pressed his lips together, expression resolved. Then I will tell them. The door flew open and a living goddess of a woman stormed into the office. She was maybe 5'4" and had brilliant, lush, blonde, highlighted red hair that fell to the small of her back. She wore only high-heeled pumps and a matching dark green two-piece set of expensive-looking designer lingerie, translucent enough to defeat the purpose of wearing clothes at all. It ably displayed all kinds of pleasant proportions of tanned, athletic female. Arturo, you Euro trash pig, she snarled. What do you think you are doing bringing that woman here? Genosa flinched at the tone and did not look at the woman. Hello, Trish. Do not call me that, Arturo. I've told you over and over. Genosa sighed. Harry, this is my newest ex-wife, Trisha Scrump. And he let his gem slip out of his fingers. Shocking. The woman's eyes narrowed. Trixie. Vixen. It's been legally changed. Okay, Arturo said mildly. Now what are you talking about? You know full well what I'm talking about, she spat the words. If you think you're going to split this feature between two stars, you were sadly mistaken. That isn't going to happen at all, but with Giselle hurt, I had to find someone else, and on such short notice. Don't patronize me, Tricia ground her teeth. Lara is retired. Retired. This film is mine. I am not going to let you use my drawing power to fuel a comeback appearance for that bitch. I thought about pots and kettles. It won't be an issue, Genosa said. She has agreed to a mask and a pseudonym. You are the star, Tricia. That has not changed. Trixie Vixen folded her arms, geometrically increasing her cleavage. Fine then, she snapped. As long as we understand each other. We do, Arturo said. She threw her hair back over her shoulder, a gesture filled with arrogance, and glared at me. And who is this? Harry, I provide, production assistant. Well then, Larry, where the hell is my latte? I sent you for it an hour ago. Evidently, reality did not often intrude on Trisha Scrump's life. It was probably shacked up with courtesy somewhere. I prepared a return verbal fire, but a panicked look from Arturo stopped the reply that sprang to mind. Sorry, I'll take care of it. See that you do, she said. She spun on one high heel, displaying her G-string and an ass that probably deserved its own billing in the credits, and stalked out. Yeah, I'm sure listening to me narrate, I don't even have words. Fucking angry porn star actress is real soothing and helps you go to sleep. Sure, it's just so soothing. So soothing. At least she started to. She abruptly stopped, frozen, her body tightening with tension. A woman that made Trixie Vixen look like the ugly stepsister appeared in the door and blocked the Starlick's exit. I had to force myself not to stare. Trisha, Trixie, Scrump, knee, Genosa, knee, Vixen's beauty was up to code. You could run a checklist from it. Lovely mouth, deep eyes, full breasts, slender waist, flared hips, long and shapely legs. Check, check, check. She looked like she'd been ordered from a catalog and assembled from a kit. She was a vision of a woman, but a prefabricated one painted by numbers. The newcomer was the real thing. She was grace, beauty, art. As such, she was not as easily quantified. She would not have been tall, even without the heeled fox Victorian boots of Italian leather. Her hair was so dark that its highlights were nearly blue, a torrent of glossy curls held partially in check by a pair of milky ivory combs. She had eyes of dark gray with hints of violet twilight at their centers. Her clothes were all effortlessly styled. Natural fabrics, black skirt, and a jacket embroidered with abstract dark crimson roses with a white blouse. Thinking back later, I couldn't clearly remember her facial features or her body beyond a notion that they were superb. Her looks were almost extraneous. They weren't any more important to her appeal than a glass was to wine. It was at its best when visible and showing the spirit contained within. Beyond mere physical presentation, I could sense the nature of the woman's strength of will, intelligence blended with sardonic wit, edged with lazy, sensuous hunger. Or maybe the hunger was mine. In the pace of 5 seconds, my attention to detail fractured, and I wanted her. I wanted her in the most primal sense, in every way I could conceive. Whatever gentle and chivalrous tendencies my soul harbored suddenly evaporated. My images swarmed over me, images of unleashing the fires burning in me upon willing flesh. Conscience withered a heartbeat later. Something hungry, confident, and unrepentant took its place. I realized on some distant level that something was wrong. There was no tangible, tactile sense of truth to the thought. Instincts ruled me, and only the most feral, vicious drives remained. I liked it. A lot. While my inner Neanderthal was pounding his chest, Trixie Vixen took a step back from the dark-haired woman. I couldn't see her face, but her voice crackled with too much anger. She was afraid. "Hello, Laura." "Trish," the woman said, with faint contemptuous emphasis on her name. Her voice smoldered so low and delicious that my toes started to curl up. "You look lovely. I'm surprised to see you here," Tricia said. "There aren't any whips and chains on the set." Laura shrugged, perfectly relaxed. "I've always felt that the best whips and chains are in the mind. With a little creativity, the physical ones are hardly necessary." Laura stared down at Tricia for a moment and then asked, "Have you given any more thought to my offer?" "I don't do bondage films," Tricia said, a sneer coloring the words. "They're for wrinkled old has-beens." She started forward with a determined stride. Laura didn't move. Tricia stopped a bare inch from her, and they met gazes again. The redhead film star started trembling. "Perhaps you're right," Laura said. She smiled and stepped clear of the doorway. "Keep in touch, Trish." Trixie Vixen fled, at least as much as someone wobbling away on 6-inch heels can flee. The dark-haired woman stared with a smug smile on her mouth and then said, "Exit scene. It must be difficult to be the center of the universe. Good afternoon, Arturo." "Laura," Arturo said. His tone was that of an uncle chiding his favorite niece. He came around his desk and walked over to the woman, offering both hands. "You shouldn't tease her like that, Arturo," she said warmly. She took his hands, and they did more social cheek kissing. I shook my head while they did, and managed to shove my libido out of the driver's seat of my brain, captain of my own soul, even if my pants were considering mutiny. I began focusing my thoughts, building up a barrier to shield them. "You're an angel," Arturo said to her. His voice was a steady and kind, not at all that of a man having most of his blood channeled south of his belly button. How the hell could he not have reacted to her presence? An angel to come here so quickly to help me. She waved a hand in a lazy motion. Her fingers weren't terribly long and they didn't have any polish. "I'm always glad to help a friend, Arturo. Are you all right?" she asked. "Joanne said that you'd forgotten to refill your prescription." He sighed. "I'm fine. Lowering my blood pressure will not have helped Giselle." Laura nodded. "It's horrible what happened. I'm so sorry." "Thank you. I'm not sure I am comfortable to have Inari here. She's a child." "That's arguable. After all, she's old enough to perform now, if she wishes." Arturo looked startled and a little sick. "Laura," she laughed. "I'm not saying she should, dear fool. Only that my baby sister makes her own choices now. They grow," Arturo said. His voice was a little sad. "They do." Laura's eyes moved over to me. "And who is this?" "Tall, dark, and silent. I like him already. Harry, Arturo replied. He beckoned me over. Laura Romani. Meet Harry, our new production assistant. He just started today, so be kind to him. It shouldn't be too hard, she said, and slipped her arm through Genosa's. Joanne wanted me to tell you that your prescription came in and that she needs your help on the set. Arturo nodded with a strained but genuine smile. And you are to escort me down to take my medicine, eh? Via my feminine wiles, Laura confirmed. Harry, Arturo said. I need to make a quick call, I answered. I'll be right behind you. The two of them left. Laura threw another look at me over her shoulder, her expression speculative and hot. I mean, wow, if she'd crooked her finger, I think I would have been in danger of floating off the floor and drifting along behind her on a cloud of her perfume. Me and Pepe Le Pew. It took me maybe a half minute after that they walked away before I was able to reboot my brain. After that, I ran a quick review of what had just happened through my old gray matter. Pretty pale, supernaturally sexy, and just a little scary. I could do the math. I was willing to bet that Romani wasn't Laura's last name. She looked a hell of a lot more like a wraith. Son of a bitch, the White Court was here. A succubus on the set. Strike that. A health-conscious kid's sister made it too, succubuses. Succubuses? Succubi? Stupid Latin correspondence course. Or maybe she wasn't one. Maybe I hadn't felt a thing like the attraction Laura Romani exuded when I was near Little Inari. It really hit me then that I'd wandered into a mess that might get me killed. Regardless of how silly and embarrassing it sounded, now I had to contend not only with pornography syndicate conspiracy, but also succubus of the White Court. Or maybe more than one, which, for grammatical reasons, I hoped was not the case. So in addition to a feisty new Black Court partner in the war dance between the Council of Vampires courts, I also got angry Lust Bunny movie stars, deadly curses, and a thoroughly embarrassing job as my investigative cover. Oh, and bean curd pizza, which is just wrong. What a mess. I made a mental note. The next time I saw Thomas, I was going to punch him right in the nose. Chapter 13, page 99. Woo! Still alive over there? Saf! There you are. Alright, did you fall asleep again? Okay, good. On page 100 out of 300 something. Well, almost. Alright. Chapter 13. After 2 or 3 tries, I got Genosa's phone to dial out to Murphy. It's me, Murph. You get that information off the internet? Yeah, and then I talked to some people I know out there. Dug up some goodies for you. Peachy, like what? Nothing that will stand up in a court, but it might help you figure out what's going on. Wow, Murph, it's as if you're a detective. Bite me, Dresden. Here's the deal on Genosa. He's a dual citizen of the States and Greece. He's the last son of a big money family and fell on hard times. Rumor has it he left Greece to avoid his parents' debts. Uh-huh, and as I continued searching through Genosa's desk and found a big old leather-bound photo album, I'm listening. He wound up making and directing sex films, did well investing the money, and he's worth a little more than $4 million personally. Sex sells, I frowned, flipping through the photo album. It was neatly packed with excerpts from newspapers, transcripts, and photos of Genosa on the set of a number of national talk shows. There was another of him standing beside Hugh Hefner and surrounded by a number of lovely young women. That's a lot of money, is that all? No. He was paying alimony to 3 ex-wives out of some kind of fund set up to provide it. He's got almost all of what's left tied up in starting his own studio. I grunted. Genosa's under some serious pressure then. How so? He's only got about 36 hours to finish his movie. He's got one project done, but if he doesn't get a pair of profitable films, he'll lose the studio. You figure someone is trying to run him out of business? Occam thinks so. I turned to another page and blinked at the article there. Damn. What? He's a revolutionary. He's what? Murphy asked. I repeated myself redundantly again. Apparently Arturo Genosa is considered a revolutionary in his field. I could almost hear Murphy lift a skeptical eyebrow. A revolutionary boinkzar? So it would seem. She snorted. How exactly do you get to become a porn revolutionary? Practice, 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 I guessed. Wise ass. I kept flipping pages, skimming the album. He's been interviewed in about 30 magazines. Yep. Probably with illustrious names like Jugs a Poppin', Barely Legal, Lolita Schoolgirls. I thumbed through pages and People, Time, Entertainment Weekly, USA Today. He's also been on Larry King and Oprah. You're kidding. Oprah? Why? Hang on. I'm reading. It looks like he's got this crazy notion that everyone should be able to enjoy themselves in bed without going insane trying to meet an impossible standard. He thinks that sex is natural. Sex is natural, Murphy said. Sex is good. Not everybody does it, but everybody should. I'm the wise ass, you're the cop. Respect my boundaries, I kept reading. Genosa also cast people of a lot of different ages instead of using only 20-year-old dancers. According to a transcript of Larry King, he avoids gynecological close-ups and picks people based on genuine sensuality of their performance rather than purely on appearance. And he doesn't believe in using surgically altered, my face heated up. Murphy was probably my best friend, but she was still a girl, and a gentleman just doesn't say some words in front of a lady. I held the phone with my shoulder and made a cupping motion in front of my chest with both hands. You know, boobs, Murphy said brightly. Jugs, hooters, yayas. I guess. She continues as if I hadn't said anything. Melons, torpedoes, tits, gazongas, knockers, tatas, hell's bells, Murph. She laughed at me. You're cute when you're embarrassed. I thought breast implants were required industry equipment like hard hats and steel toes for construction workers. Not according to Genosa. He's quoted here saying that natural beauty and genuine desire make for better sex than all the silicone in California. I'm not sure whether I should be impressed or a little nauseous. 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, I said. Bottom line is that he's not your average pornographic artist. I'm not sure that says anything, Harry. If you said that before I met him, I'd probably have agreed, but I'm not so sure now. I don't get any nasty vibe off him. He seems like a decent guy, taking some measure of responsibility, challenging the status quo, even if it hurts his profits. I'm pretty sure there's no Nobel Prize for pornography. My point is that he's applying some pressure, some measure of integrity to it, and people are responding well to him, except for the ones trying to kill him. Harry, this is cynical, but people who choose a life like that draw problems onto themselves sooner or later. You're right, it's cynical. You can't help everyone. You'll go insane if you try. Look, the guy is in trouble and he's a fellow human being. I don't have to love his lifestyle to want to keep bad things from happening to him. Yeah, I know this tune. Do you think I could convince you to? The skin on the back of my neck went cold and clammy, tingling. I turned to the office doorway in time to see the lights in the hall flick out. My heart pounded in sudden apprehension. A shadowy figure appeared near the office door. I picked up the first thing my hand found, Genosa's heavy glass ashtray, and flung it hard at the figure. Ashtray rebounded off the inner edge of the door and struck whoever it was. I heard a voiceless gasp of air. At the same time, something hissed past my ear. A sharp thumping sound came from the wall behind me. I shouted at the top of my lungs and ran forward, but my foot tangled on the phone cord. It didn't tug me into a pratfall, but I stumbled, and it gave the shadowy figure time to run. By the time I'd recovered my balance and gotten to the hallway, I couldn't see or hear anyone. The hallway itself was dark, and I couldn't remember the locations of either light switches or doors, which made a headlong pursuit less than advisable. It occurred to me that I made a wonderful target leading out of the door of the dimly lit office. I slipped back inside, shutting and locking the door behind me as I went. I looked at whatever had thumped into the wall behind me, and I found, of all stupid things, a small dart fixed with exotic-looking yellow feathers fringed with a tinge of pink. I tugged the dart out of the wall. It was tipped with what appeared to be bone instead of metal, and the bone was stained with something dark red or brown. I had the feeling it wasn't turtle wax, a poisoned blowgun dart. I had been ambushed before, but that was pretty exotic, even for me. Almost silly, really. Who the hell got killed with poisoned blowgun darts these days? A buzz of noise came from behind the drop receiver of the phone. I picked up an empty plastic cigar tube from next to Genosa's humidor and slipped the dart into it and then capped it before I picked up the phone. Harry Murphy was demanding. Harry, are you there? Fine, and it looks like I'm on the right track. What happened? I held up the cigar tube and peered at the dart. The poison tip gleamed with a semi-gelatinous stain. It was pretty clumsy, but I think someone just tried to kill me. Chapter 14. Get out of there, Harry. No, Murph. Look, I think it's just someone trying to scare me, and they'd have used a gun. Can you get those records today? If they're matters of public record, she said. We've got time difference on our side. What are you hoping to find? More. This whole thing stinks. Hard to put a puzzle together when you're missing pieces. Get in touch if you learn something, Murphy said. Magic or not, attempted murder is a police business. It's my business. This time for sure. Watch your ass, Bullwinkle. Always. Thanks again, Murph. I hung up and flipped through the next several pages of Genosa's scrapbook. Expecting nothing but more articles. I got lucky on the last few pages. He had big, glossy color photos there. 3 women, and I recognized 2 of them. The subtitle beneath the first picture read Elizabeth Guns. Photo was of Madge, Genosa's first wife. She looked like she had been in her mid-20s in the pictures, and she was more or less nude. Her hair was enormous and stiff-looking, and an artificial shade of deep scarlet. She probably had to take off her makeup with a Zambini machine. The next photo read Raven Velvet. Beneath a picture of a nearly Amazonian brunette I didn't recognize. She had the kind of build that fairly serious female athletes can get, where the muscles are present, defined with obvious strength, but softened and rounded enough to look more pretty than formidable. Her hair was cut in a short page boy. At first I thought her features were really quite sweet, almost kind, but her expression was an unsmiling, haughty stare at the camera. Ex-Genosa too, I supposed. He'd called her Lucille. The last picture was of third former Miss Genosa. It was subtitled Trixie Vixen, but someone had written across it in black permanent marker, Rotten hell, you pig. There was no signature to tell who was responsible. Gee, I wonder. I flipped through the album once more and didn't see anything new. At some point I realized I was delaying going down to the set. I mean, yeah, there were probably going to be naked girls doing a variety of interesting things, and I hadn't gotten laid in a depressing number of months, which probably made it sound a little more interesting, but there's a time and a place to enjoy that kind of thing, and for me, in front of a bunch of people and cameras was not it. But I was a professional, damn it, and this was the job. I couldn't bodyguard anyone if I wasn't close enough to them to act. I couldn't figure out the source of the dark mojo without figuring out what was going on, and to do that I needed to observe and ask questions, preferably without anyone knowing what I was doing. That was the smart thing, and the professional thing. Conduct covert interviews while icons of sensual beauty get it on under stage light. Onward, I screwed up my courage, so to speak, and slipped warily out of the office and down the dimly lit hall to the studio. There was a surprising number of people there. It was an enormous room, but it still looked busy. There were a couple of hours on each of 4 cameras, or a couple of guys on each of 4 cameras, and there were a few more on hanging scaffolds that supported the stage lights. Crew was working on the light set, which consisted of a bunch of panels made to look like an old brick wall. A couple of garbage cans, a trash bin, some loading pallets, random bits of litter. Arturo and the beflanneled. Oh, okay. Arturo and the beflanneled Joanne were at the center of the activity, speaking to each other as they moved around, placing cameras to their liking. Colt-legged and Ari drifted along behind them, marking positions on the chart. The notch-eared puppy followed her clumsily around, a piece of pink yarn tied around his neck and one of the loops of Inari's jeans. The puppy's tail wagged happily. I was supposed to be doing the assistant thing after all, so I walked over to Genosa. The puppy saw me and galloped headlong into my shoe. I leaned down and scratched his ears. What should I do to help Arturo? He nodded at Joanne. Stick with her. She can show you the ropes as well as anyone. Watch, ask questions. Okie dokie, I said. You've met Inari? Bumped into her already, I said. The girl smiled and nodded. I like him. He's funny. Looks aren't everything, I said. Inari laughed. Inari's laugh was interrupted when her pants beeped. She reached into him and drew out an expensive cell phone the size of a couple of postage stamps. I scooped up the pup and held him in the crook of one arm. Inari untied his makeshift lead and handed it to me before walking a few steps away, phone to her ear. A harried-looking woman in sweeping skirts and a peasant blouse, came halfway across the studio floor. Straight to Joanne and Arturo. Mr. Genosa, I think you'd better come to the dressing room right now. Genosa's eyes widened and his face went pale. He shot me a questioning glance. I shook my head at him and gave him a thumbs up. He let out a slow breath and then said, "What is happening?" Joanne behind him checked her watch, rolled her eyes, and said, "It's Trixie." The woman nodded with a sigh. She says she's leaving. Of course she said that. Shall we, Marion? They left and Joanne scowled. There's no time for that, prima donna. Is there ever? Her frown faded, replaced by simple weariness. I suppose not. I just don't understand the woman. This project means as much to her future as to everyone else. Being the center of the universe is a big job. Maybe it's weighing on her nerves. She threw her head back and laughed. That must be it. Let's get moving. What's first? We went to one of the other sets. This one dressed up like a cheap bar and started going through boxes of random bottles and mugs for a more detailed appearance. I set the puppy down on the bar and he waddled up and down the length of it, nose down to the surface and sniffing. After a few moments I asked, how long have you known Arturo? Joanne hesitated for a second, then continued dressing up the set. 18 or 19 years, I think. He seems like a nice man. She smiled again. She smiled again. He isn't, she said. He's a nice boy. I lifted my eyebrows. How so? She rolled one shoulder in a shrug. He lives on the outside of his skin. He's impulsive, more passionate than he can afford to be, and he falls in love at the drop of a hat. And that's bad? Sometimes. But he makes up for it. He cares about people. Here, you get the top shelf. You don't need a stepladder. I complied. Soon I'll move up to putting stars and angels on tops of Christmas trees. Me and that Yeti and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Joanne laughed again and answered me. Her words became indistinct and toneless, like the teacher of Peanuts cartoon. My heart began to race, and a stab of both food hunger and lust went through my stomach on the way to the base of my spine. My head turned of its own volition, and I saw Lara Romani enter the studio. She had done her hair up in a style belonging to ancient Greece or Rome. She wore a short black silk robe with matching heels and stockings. She slid over the floor with kind of fascinating serpentine grace. I wanted to watch without moving, but some stubborn part of me shoved my brain into an intellectual cold shower. She was a life-draining vampire. It'd be stupid to let myself keep on reacting that way. I tore my eyes off her and realized that the puppy had come to the edge of the bar near me. He was crouched, his eyes on Laura, and he was growling his squeaky little growl again. I looked around and kept my eyes from moving back to her only by effort of will. Every man in the room had become still, eyes locked onto Laura as she walked. A woman is Viagra with legs, Joanne muttered. Even though I've got to admit she knows how to make an entrance. Um, yeah. Laura took a seat in a folding chair and Inari hurried over to kneel beside it in conversation. The electric sense of desire and compulsion faded a little and the people started moving about their tasks again. I helped Joanne out and kept the puppy near me, and in half an hour the first scene started shooting with Jake Guffey and a somewhat solemn-looking Trixie Vixen on the alley set. Okay, let me tell you something. Porno sex is only loosely related to actual sex. Actors are constantly getting interrupted, they have to keep their faces turned in the right direction, and the body angling they have to do for the camera would make a contortionist beg for mercy. Every once in a while someone has to touch up their makeup, and it isn't only on their faces. You wouldn't believe where it all goes. There are lights shining in their eyes, people with cameras moving all around. On top of all that, Arturo was giving them directions from behind the cameras. Granted, my own sexual experience is somewhat limited, but I had never found any of that necessary. It was embarrassing for me to watch. Maybe in the editing room the scene would turn into something sensual and alluring, but on the set it mostly looked awkward and uncomfortable. I found excuses to look at other things, working hard to make sure one of them wasn't the lovely vampire, and I kept my eyes peeled for some deadly magic. Maybe an hour into the shoot, I glanced aside and saw Nari pacing back and forth, the phone at her ear, squeaking quietly. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and started listening to her. Yes, Papa. Yes, I know. I will. I won't. Yes, he's here. Her cheeks suddenly flushed pink. What a terrible thing to say, she protested. I thought you were supposed to chase the boys off with a shotgun, she laughed, glancing across the studio and started walking away. Bobby, Papa. His name is Bobby. Aha! The plot thickens. I followed Inari's glance across the studio and saw Bobby, the sullen, sitting in a folding chair near Laura, wearing a bathrobe. His impressive arms were folded over his chest, and he looked pensive and withdrawn. He paid no attention whatsoever to the shoot, or to Laura, or, for that matter, Inari, meanwhile, had moved a little beyond the range of my focused sense of hearing. I frowned, pondered, and kept on the lookout for incoming black magic. Nothing untoward happened beyond an audio monitor spitting sparks and dying when I walked too close to it. They shot 3 other scenes after that one, and I made sure not to notice much. It involved 3 performers I didn't recognize, 2 women and another man. It must have been the crew Joanne said would follow Trixie's example by showing up late. Of course, one of the people who had been on time was now in the ICU and lucky to be there instead of the morgue. Punctuality was not protection against black magic. Sometime a bit before midnight, the puppy was asleep in bed I'd made out of my duster. Most of the food, without meat, it seemed blasphemous to call it pizza, had been devoured. Trixie had flown into a tantrum an hour before, ranting at one of the cameramen and at Inari, and then stormed out of the studio wearing nothing but her shoes, and everyone was tired. The crew was setting up for a last scene consisting of Emma, Bobby the Buff, and Laura Romani. I felt myself growing tense as Laura rose, and I withdrew to the back of the studio to get my thoughts together. There was movement from the rear of the studio only a few feet away, and I hopped back in reflex point of surprise and fear. A shadowy figure darted out of a corner and headed for the nearest exit. My shock became a realization of sudden opportunity. I didn't stop to think before I went racing after the figure. Ugh. The one downside to reading is my nose. Stuffy. I hit the door and started off into the Chicago night. I snatched my blasting rod from my backpack as I ran by and sprinted into pursuit. Bolstered by anger and adrenaline, determined to catch the mysterious lurker before any more of the crew could be attacked. Chases down dark Chicago alleys were getting to be old hat for me. But technically, I suppose we weren't in Chicago proper, and the border, more generous spaces between buildings of the industrial park could hardly qualify as alleys. Foot chases still happened often enough that I had taken up running for practice and exercise. Admittedly, I was usually on the other end of the foot chase, mostly due to my personal policies on hand-to-hand combat with anything that weighed more than a small car, or could be described with the word chitness, or kiteness. Whoever I was after was not overly large, but he was fast. Someone who had also practiced running. The industrial park was lit only sporadically, and my quarry was running west, away from the front of the park and into, of course, totally unlit areas. With each step, I got farther from possible help and stood a higher chance of running into something I couldn't handle alone. I had to balance that against the possibility that I could stop whoever had been attacking Geonosis people before they could hurt anyone else. Maybe if it hadn't been mostly women who were hurt, maybe if I didn't harbor this buried streak of chivalry, if I were to a little smarter, I wouldn't have been such an easy choice. Shadowy object of my pursuit reached the back of the industrial lot and sprinted across 20 feet of almost pitch black blacktop toward a 12-foot fence. I caught up to him about halfway across, just managing to kick out one heel. I was running all out, and the impact fouled his legs and drew him down. I dropped my weight onto his back and rode him down into the asphalt. The impact nearly knocked the wind out of me, and I imagine it did worse to him. The grunt as he hit came out in a masculine baritone. Much to my relief, I had been thinking in terms of him, because if I had been thinking her, I don't think I could have kept myself from holding back in the violence department. That's the kind of thing that can get you hurt fast. The guy tried to get up, but I slammed my forearm into the back of his head a few times, bouncing his head against the asphalt. It was tough. The blows slowed him down, but he started moving again, and a suddenly twist with the sinuous strength of a serpent. I went to one side, he got out from under me, and immediately leapt for the fence. He jumped 4 or 5 feet up and started climbing. I pointed my blasting rod at the top of the fence and drew my will and snarled, "Fuego." A fire lashed out across the top of the fence, bright and hot enough that the suddenly expanding air roared like a crack of thunder. Metal near the top of the fence glowed red, running into a liquid a few feet above the man's head. Droplets pattered down like hell's own rain. The man cried out in shock or pain and let go of the fence. I beat him down about the head and shoulders with my blasting rod when he did, the heavy wood serving admirably as a baton. The second or third blow stunned him, and I got the blasting rod across his neck in a choke. Locked one of his arms behind him with the move Murphy had taught me, and pinned his face against the fence with my full weight. "Hold still," I snarled. Bits of molten wire slithered down the chain link fence towards the ground. "Hold still, or I'll hold your face there until it melts off." He tried to struggle free. He was strong, but I had all the leverage, so that didn't mean much. "Thank you, Murphy." I wrenched his trapped arm up until he gasped in pain. I snarled, "Hold still." "Jesus Christ," Thomas stammered, his voice pained. He ceased struggling and lifted his other hand in surrender. Recognizing the voice, I could place his profile to. "Harry, it's me." I scowled at him and pulled hard on his arm. "Ow," he gasped. "Dresden, what are you doing? Let go, it's me." I growled at him and did, shoving him hard against the fence and standing up. "Thanks, man. I didn't mean to surprise you." Like I hit him solidly in the nose with my right fist. I think it was surprise as much as the blow that knocked him onto his ass. He sat there with his hands covering his face and stared up at me. I drew my blasting rod and readied another lash of flame. Tip of the rod glowed with a cinder red glow of light barely a foot from Thomas's face. His normally pale face was ashen, his expression was startled, and his mouth was stained with blood. "Harry," he began. "Shut up," I said. I used a very quiet voice. Quiet voices are more frightening than screams. "You're using me, Thomas." "I don't know what you're talking about." I leaned forward, blazing into the blasting rod, making him squirm backward. "I I told you to shut up, I said in the same quiet voice. There's someone I think you know on the set, and you didn't tell me about that. I think you've lied to me about other things too. It's put me in mortal peril at least 1.5 times today already. Now give me one good reason I shouldn't blast your lying mouth off your face right now. The hair on the back of my neck suddenly tried to crawl away from my skin. I heard 2 distinct clicks behind me, the hammers being drawn on a pair of guns. Laura's maddeningly alluring voice murmured, I'll give you 2. Ugh. Oh. Little. Hey, look, I got a person number 3. Hi, person number 3. For reference, we're reading Jim Butcher's Blood Rights from the Dresden Files series. I'm on chapter 15, page 113. The first thought that went through my head was something like, wow, her voice is hot. The second was, how the hell did she catch up to us so quickly? Oh, and somewhere in there, the practical side of me chimed in with, it would be bad to get shot. What came out of my mouth was, is your last name really Romany? I didn't hear any footsteps, but her voice came from closer when she answered. It was my married name, briefly. Now please step away from my little brother. Hell's bells, she was his sister? Familial dementia. She might not react rationally to a threat. I took a deep breath and reminded myself that under the circumstances I'd be an idiot to push Laura Wraith. I assume that when I do, you'll lower the guns. Assume instead that if you don't, I'll shoot you dead. Oh, for the love of God, Thomas sighed. Laura, would you relax? We were just talking. She clucked her teeth, the sound of almost maternal disapproval. Tommy. When you say ridiculous things like that, I have to keep reminding myself that my baby brother isn't as large an idiot as you would like all of us to believe. Oh, come on, Thomas said. This is a waste of time. Shut up, I said with an ungracious waggle of blasting rod. I looked over at my shoulder at Laura. She was wearing black lacy things with stockings and heels. How the hell had she caught up to us in the freaking heels? Even for a wizard, some things are simply beyond belief. And she held a pair of pretty little guns in her hands. They probably weren't packing high-caliber ammunition of heavier weapons, but even baby bullets could kill me just fine. She held them like she knew what she was doing, and sauntered closer through the heavy shadows, her skin luminous and showing, and really gorgeous. I gritted my teeth and beat back the sudden urge to test the curvy dents in her stomach and thighs, and kept the blasting rod lit and pointed at Thomas. Back off, Toots. Put the guns down and stop with the come hither whammy, and we can talk. She stopped between one step and the next, a faintly troubled expression on her face. She narrowed her eyes and her voice slid through the air like honey and heroin. What did you say? I fought off the pressure of that voice and growled, back off. My inner quixote was not entirely denied, though, and I added, please. She stared at me for a moment and then blinked her eyes slowly, as if seeing me for the first time. Empty night. She murmured, her tone one of someone speaking an oath. You're Harry Dresden. Don't feel bad, I cleverly concealed my identity as Harry, the production assistant. She pursed her lips, which also looked delicious, and said, why are you threatening my brother? It was a slow night and everyone else was busy. There wasn't even the hint of a warning. One of the little guns barked and a flash of scarlet pain in my head as I collapsed to one knee. I kept the blasting rod trained on Thomas and lifted my hand to my ear. It came away wet with droplets of blood, but the pain had begun to recede. Laura arched a delicate eyebrow at me. Hell's bells, she'd grazed my ear with a bullet. With that kind of skill between the eyes would be no trick at all. Normally, I would admire that kind of piquant retort, she said in a silken, quiet voice, probably because she thought it sounded scary than if she had said it loudly. But where my little brother is concerned, I am in no mood to play games. Point taken, I said, my voice sounded shaky. I lowered the blasting rod until it wasn't pointing at Thomas and eased away the power held ready in it. The sudden fire at the tip of the rod went out. Lovely, she said, but she didn't lower the twin pistols. Autumn's evening breeze blew her dark, glossy hair around her head, and her gray eyes shone silver in the half-light. Harry, Thomas said, "This is my older sister, Laura." Laura, Harry Dresden. A pleasure, she said. Thomas, step out from behind the wizard. I don't want one of these rounds to take you if they go through. My guts turned to water. I still had my blasting rod in hand, but Laura could pull the trigger quicker than I could aim and loose a strike at her. Wait, Thomas said. He pushed himself up to one knee and put himself between me and the other white vampire. Don't kill him. That earned Thomas an arched eyebrow, but a smile haunted her mouth. And why not? There's a chance that he'd be able to level his death curse for one. True, and I have a personal reason. I'd take it as a favor if we could consider the matter first. So would I added. Laura let the ghostly smile remain. I find myself liking you, wizard, but there's a little room for negotiation, Thomas. Dresden's presence here is unacceptable. Arturo's independent streak is an eternal matter of the White Court. I didn't come here to interfere with the White Court. It wasn't my intention at all. She regarded me. We all know what intentions are worth. Why then, good wizard? That's a good question, I said, turning my head deliberately to Thomas. I'd love to hear the answer. Thomas's expression became apprehensive. His gaze flicked to Laura, and I had the sudden impression that he was preparing to move against her. Laura frowned and said, Thomas, what is he talking about? This is a tempest in a teapot, Laura, Thomas said. It's nothing, really. Laura's eyes widened. You brought him into this? Thomas began. You're damn right he did, I said. You'd think I'd be here for the fun of it? Laura's mouth dropped open. Thomas, you've entered the game now? Thomas pressed his lips together for a moment, then rose slowly to his feet. He winced and put one hand on the small of his back. Looks that way. He'll kill you, Laura said. He'll kill you, and worse, you haven't got a fraction of the strength you need to threaten him. That all depends. On what? On where the other members of the house decide to place their support. She let out a short laugh of disbelief. You think any of us would take your side over his? Why not, Thomas said calmly. Think about it. Father is strong, but he isn't invincible. If he's taken down by my influence, it leaves me in charge, and I'd be a hell of a lot easier to depose than he would. But if I lose, you can blame me for putting the psychic wrist lock on you. Instant scapegoat. Life goes on, and the only one to pay for it is me. She narrowed her eyes. You've been reading Machiavelli again. To Justine at bedtime. Laura became quiet for a moment, her expression pensive. Then she said, This is ill-advised, Thomas, but your timing is horrible. Race position is already precarious among the houses. Internal instability now could leave us vulnerable to Scavis or Movara, or those like them. If they sense weakness, they won't hesitate to destroy us. Running in 6-inch heels in the dark at full sprint speed is impressive. It's like running in heels and keeping up with me. Dad's losing it, Thomas countered. He hasn't been right for years, and we all know it. He's getting old. It's only a matter of time before the other lords decide to take him. And when that happens, all of us will go down with him. She shook her head. Do you know how many brothers and sisters have said such words to me over the years? He has destroyed them all. They went up against him alone. I'm talking about all of us together. We can do it. Why now, of all times? Why not now? She frowned at Thomas and stared intently at him for better than 60 seconds. and she shivered, took a deep breath, and pointed one gun at my head and the other at Thomas. Laura, he protested. Take your hand out from your back now. Thomas stiffened, but he moved his hand from his back slowly, fingers empty. I looked up and saw a bulge that brushed his shirt at the belt line. Laura nodded. I'm sorry, Tommy. I really am quite fond of you, but you do not know Father the way I do. You aren't the only Wraith who takes advantage of being underestimated. He already suspects you have something afoot, and if he thinks for a moment I'm working with you, he'll kill me without question. Thomas' voice grew desperate. Laura, if we act together, we will die together. If not at his hand, then at Malvoro's and his like. I don't have a choice. It gives me no pleasure to kill you. Then don't do it, he said. And to leave you to Father's mercies? Even I have few principles, and I love you as much as anyone in the world, little brother. But I did not survive as long as I have by taking unnecessary risks. Thomas swallowed. He didn't look at me, but his balance shifted a little and his shirt rode up enough to show me a handle of a gun he tucked into his back of his jeans. I didn't stare at it. I wouldn't have time to grab it and shoot before Laura could gun me down, but if Thomas could distract her for a beat or two, there might be a chance. Thomas took a deep breath and said, Laura, something in his voice had changed. The tone of it sounded the same on the surface, but there was something beneath it that made the air sing with quiet, seductive power. It commanded attention. Hell, it commanded a lot of things, and it was creepy to hear it coming from him. I was glad that Thomas wasn't addressing me, because it would have been damned confusing. Laura, he said again. I saw her sway a little as he spoke. Let me talk to you. Evidently the sway was induced more by the evening breeze and those heels than it was by Thomas's voice. I'm afraid all you need to say is goodbye, little brother. She thumbed back the hammer on both guns, her features calm and wrote. And you'd best say it for the wizard as well. Oh, and that's chapter 16. Chapters are coming faster now. Which is good, because I need a break. I'll be back. I'm back. Ugh. I've been in hairier situations than this one. Actually, it's sort of depressing thinking about how many times I'd been in them. But if experience had taught me anything, it was this. No matter how screwed up things are, they can get a whole lot worse. Case in point, our little standoff with Super Tart. Thomas shouted and darted to his left, across my view of Laura, and as he went, I reached for the pistol tucked into the back of his jeans. Judging by the grip, it was a semi-automatic, maybe one of those fancy German models that are so tiny that as they are deadly. I grabbed it. Felt pretty slick to be doing the teamwork thing, but Thomas' damn jeans were so tight that the gun didn't come loose. I leaned too far in the effort and wound up sprawling on my side. All I got for my oh-so-clever maneuver was scraped fingertips and a good view of Laura Wraith's gunfighting mode. I heard a shot go past, a kind of humming buzz in the air that provided an accent to the mild barking report of the pistol. There were several shots in the space of a second or three. Two of them hit Thomas with ugly sounds of impact, one in the leg and a second in the chest. At the same time, he hurled a small ring of keys at Laura, and it probably saved my life. She swatted them aside with this gun that had been trained on me. It gave me a precious second or two, and it was time enough to bring up my blasting rod and loose a panic strike at her. It was sloppy as hell, even with the blasting rod to help me focus my will. Instead of a wrist-thick beam of semi-coherent flame, it came out in a cone of fire maybe 30 feet across. That made a big noise, a thunderous thumping explosion as the heat displaced cool night air. Laura Wraith had the reflexes that were depressingly common in all those vampire types, and she darted out of the way of the flames. She leveled both guns at me as she did, blazing away like in those Hong Kong action movies. But evidently, even Laura's superhuman skill wasn't enough to overcome surprise lateral movement, a firestorm, and the spike heels. God bless the fashion industry and the blind luck that protects fools and wizards. She missed. I took out my shield bracelet and hardened my will into a wall of unseen but solid force in front of me. The last few shots from Laura's gun actually struck the shield, illuminating it in a flash of blue and white energy. I held the shield firmly in place and raided the blasting rod again, and faced Laura squarely. The vampire slipped into the shadows between the nearest building and a pair of huge industrial tanks and vanished from sight. I padded forward to Thomas, keeping the shield up, and in the general direction from where Laura had disappeared. Thomas, I hissed. Thomas, are you all right? It was a long beat before he replied, his voice weak and shaking. I don't know. It hurts. You've been shot. It's supposed to hurt. I kept my eyes on the shadows, warily extending my senses as much as I could. Can you walk? I don't know. Can't get my breath. Can't feel my leg. I flicked my eyes down to him and back out again. Thomas' black t-shirt was plastered to his chest on one side. He'd taken a hit in the lung at least. If a major vessel had been struck, he was in trouble, vampire or not. The White Court were a resilient bunch, but in some ways they were just as fragile as the human beings they fed upon. He could heal up fast. I'd seen Thomas recover from broken ribs in a matter of hours, but if he bled out from a severed artery, he'd die like anyone else. Just hold still, I said. Don't try to move until we know where she is. That'll get her. The old sitting duck ploy. Give me your gun. Why? So that the next time you start talking, I could shoot your wise ass. He started to laugh, but it broke into agonized wet coughing. Damn it, I muttered and crouched down beside him. I set my blasting rod aside and slipped my right arm and one knee behind his back, trying to hold him vertical from the waist. You better get moving, I'll manage. Would you shut up, I demanded, trying to ascertain the extent of his injuries with my free hand. But I'm no doctor. I found the hole in his chest, felt the blood coming out. The edge of the wound puckered and gripped at my hand. Well, I told him, your wound sucks here. It looks... I took his right hand and pressed it hard against the hold. Keep your hand here, man. Keep the pressure on. I can't hold it and carry you out too. Forget carrying me. Don't be an idiot. She'll kill us both. I can hold the shield. If you can't return fire, it won't do you much good. Get clear. Call the cops. Then come back for me. You're delirious, I said. If I left him there alone, Laura could finish him. I got my right shoulder under his left arm and hauled him to his feet. It wasn't as heavy as I would have expected, but dragging him up like that had to have hurt. The pain locked the breath in his throat. Come on, I growled. You've got good leg. Help me. His voice had become hollow, somehow ghostly, barely more than a whisper. Just go. I can't. You can. Shut up and help. I started walking as fast as I could back towards the street at the end of the industrial park. I kept my shield bracelet up, focusing my will into a barrier all around us. It wasn't as strong as a more limited directional shield, but my eyes couldn't be everywhere, and a smart opponent would shoot me in the back. Thomas would have been screaming if he could have gotten his breath. Over the next few minute or two, his face went white. I mean, even more so than usual. He was always pale, but his skin took on a gray tone of a corpse, sooty hollows forming under his eyes. Even so, he managed to help me. Not much, but enough that I could keep us both moving without stumbling. I started to think we were going to make it back safely, then I heard running footsteps and a woman around a corner ahead of us, her pale skin glowing in the dimness. I cursed, pushing more will into the shield, and crouched down, letting Thomas collapse ungraciously onto the gravel parking lot. I fumbled for his gun, found it, and whipped the weapon up. I flicked off the safety and with my thumb took a half-second to aim and pulled the trigger. No, Thomas gasped at the last possible instant. He leaned hard against me just as the gun went off. The barrel wavered and the shot kicked up sparks on a concrete retaining wall 50 feet away. Panicked, I lined up the weapon again, though I knew it would be a useless gesture. I might have taken her out with a surprise shot, but there was no chance that I could outshoot Laura Wraith in a direct confrontation. But it wasn't Laura. I couldn't see very far in the dimness, but Inari stumbled to a halt only a few feet shy of me, her eyes wide and her mouth open. Oh my God, Thomas, what happened? What have you done to him? Nothing, I said. He's been hurt. For the love of God, Pete, help me. She hesitated for a second, her eyes wide, and then rushed forward to Thomas. Oh my God, there's blood. He's bleeding. I shoved my blasting rod at her. Hold this, I snapped. What did you do to him? She demanded. She had begun weeping. Oh, Thomas. I felt like screaming in frustration and tried to look at every possible place Laura might be. All at the same time, my instincts screamed as she was getting closer. I told you nothing. Just get moving and open the doors for me. We have to get back inside and call 911. I bent down to pick up Thomas again. Inari Wraith screamed in grief and rage, then she used my blasting rod with both hands to clout me on the back of the neck with so much force that it snapped in half. Stars exploded over my vision and didn't even feel it when my face hit the gravel. Everything got real confusing for a minute or two, and when I finally started stirring, I heard Nari crying, Laura, I didn't know what happened. He tried to shoot me and Thomas isn't awake. He might be dead. I heard footsteps on the gravel and Laura said, give me the gun. What do we do? Inari said. She was still crying. Laura worked the slide on the gun with a couple of quiet clicks, checking the chamber. Get inside, she said, her tone firm and confident. Call emergency services and the police, now. Inari got up and started to run off, leaving Thomas and me alone with the woman who had already half killed him. I tried to get up, but it was difficult. Everything kept spinning around. I managed to get one knee just as a cold, slithery feeling washed down my spine. The three vampires of the Black Court did not announce their presence. They simply appeared as though formed from the shadows. One of them was the one-eared vamp I had smacked with a holy water balloon. On either side of him stood two more Black Court vamps. Both male, both dressed in funeral finery, and both of teenage proportions. They hadn't been living corpses for very long. They were lividity marks on the arms and fingers of the first, and their faces hardly looked skeletal at all. Like the main vampire, they had long, dirty fingernails. Dried blood stained their face and throats, and their eyes were filmy, stagnant pools. Inari screamed a horror movie scream and stumbled back to Laura. Laura sucked in a sharp breath, bringing the gun into a point-down firing stance, spinning in a low circle to watch each of the Black Court vamps in turn. Well, well, rasped the main vampire. What luck, the wizard had 3 whites to boot. This will be entertaining. At which point I felt another stronger slither of vile and deadly magical energy. The Malokio. It was forming again more powerfully than before, and I sensed that the deadly spell was already near and gathering more vicious power as it headed my way. Still dazed, I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Killed them, the Black Court vampire whispered. Killed them all. See what I mean? It's just like I said. Things can always get worse. Chapter 17. I'm not hopeless at hand-to-hand, but I'm not particularly talented either. I've been beaten senseless once or twice, well, a lot. It is as unlikely as it sounds. A lot of things that started pummeling me could bench press a professional basketball team, whereas I was only human. In my neck of the woods, that meant that I was slightly tougher than a ceramic teacup. I had managed to survive the beings thanks to good luck, determined friends, and an evil fairy godmother. But I figured that sooner or later my luck would run out, and I'd find myself alone, in danger, and at the limits of my endurance. Tonight had proved me right. So it was a good thing I'd planned ahead. I reached for my new belt buckle, and its carved design of a bear. The buckle was cast from silver. The bear design was my own hand-carved work. It took me months to make it, though it wasn't particularly beautiful or inspirational, but I hadn't been trying for artistic accomplishment when I had been creating it. I had been trying to prepare myself for, in the words of Foghorn Leghorn, just such an emergency. I touched my left hand to the belt buckle and whispered, Fortius. Power rushed into the pit of my stomach in a sudden tide of hot, living energy. Nitrous for the body, mind, and soul. Raw life radiated out into my bones, running riot through my limbs. My confusion and weariness and pain vanished as swiftly as darkness before the sunrise. This was no simple adrenaline boost either, though it was part of it. Call it chi or mana or one of the 1,000 other names for it. It was pure magic, the very essence of life energy itself. It poured into me from the reservoir I'd created in the silver buckle. My heart suddenly overflowed with excitement, my thoughts with hope, my confidence, and eager anticipation. If I had had a personal soundtrack to my life, it would have been playing Ode to Joy while Stadium of Harry fans did the wave. It was all I could do to stop myself from bursting into laughter or song. The pain was still there, but I shrugged off the recent blows and exertions and suddenly felt ready to fight. Even when magic is involved, there is no free lunch. I knew that the pain would catch up to me, but I had to focus. Survive now, worry about the backlash later. Laura, I said, I realize that you're kind of invested in killing me, but from where I'm standing, the situation has changed. Succubus shot a glance at the vampires and then at Inari. I concur, Justin. Rearrange teams and get the girl out. Can you move? I pushed myself up, feeling pretty peppy, all things considered. Laura had her back more or less to me and was trying to keep her eye on all 3 black quarters. The vampires in turn simply stood there with only the flicker of something hungry stirring in their dead eyes to proclaim them something more than lifeless corpses. Yeah, I'm good to go. Laura shot a glance over her shoulder, her expression flickering with disbelief. Impressive. Paxton? I jerked my chin in a nod. 24 hours? Done. Groovy. Their faces. My God, what are they? I blinked at the terrified girl and shot a glance at Laura. She doesn't know? You don't tell her these things? The succubus shrugged a shoulder, keeping most of her attention on the nearest vampire, and said, It's my father's policy. Your family is twisted, Laura. It really is. I picked up the shattered halves of my blasting rod. The carvings and spells laid into wood were difficult, time-consuming, and expensive to make. I'd had to replace maybe half a dozen rods over the years, and it was the labor of better than a fortnight to create a new one. The girl had broken mine, which annoyed the hell out of me, but the drought of positive energy still singing through me pointed out the upside. I now had 2 handy shafts of wood with jagged, pointy ends. I stepped between Inari and the nearest vampire and passed her one broken half of the rod. Here, if you get the chance, make like Buffy. Inari blinked at me. What, is this a joke? Do it, said Laura. Her voice was laced with iron. No questions, Inari. steel in the succubus's voice galvanized the young woman. She stood, took the shard of wood without further hesitation, though her expression grew no less terrified. Overhead, dark energy of the curse swirled around and around, a constant, intimidating pressure on my scalp. I tried to block out all the distractions, focused on the curse and where it was going. I needed to know who its target was, not only for the sake of my investigation, but for my immediate survival. That curse was several kinds of nasty, and as it happened, I had a constructive, life-affirming purpose for a boatload of nasty juju. I drew my silver pentacle from my neck and spoke a troubling thought aloud. Why are they just standing there? They're communing with their master, Laura stated. I hate getting put on call waiting, I said, wrapping the chain of my pentacle around my fist. Shouldn't we hit them now? No. They're aware of us. Don't move. It will only set them off, and time is our ally. A sudden wash of almost physical cold set the hairs on the back of my neck on end. The curse was about to land, and I still wasn't sure who it was coming for. I glanced upward, hoping for a physical cue. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Miss Wraith. One of the vampires, the smallest of the pair, who had showed up with one ear, suddenly shuddered. Its dead eyes flickered around until they landed on me, and then it spoke. You wouldn't think there would be a whole lot of difference between a rasp of one dry, leathery, dead larynx and another, but there was. This voice flowed out, and it wasn't the voice of the vampire whose lips were moving. It was an older voice, older and colder and vicious, somehow tinged with something feminine. Dresden, the voice said, and Wraith's right hand, Wraith's bastard son and the darling of his eye. This is a fortunate night. Evening, Mavra, I said. If it's all the same to you, can you stop playing sock puppet with the Omega Nosferatu and move this along? I've got a big day tomorrow, and I want to get to bed for it. Christ, Harry, came a choking voice. I looked back and saw Thomas on the ground, his eyes open. He looked like death, and he had trouble focusing on me, but at least he was lucid. Are you drunk all of a sudden? I winked at him. It's the power of positive thinking. The puppet master hissed with Mavra's anger, and its voice took on a quavering, modulated, half-echoing quality. Tonight we'll balance many scales. Take them, my children. Kill them all. And a lot of things went down. The vampires came for us. One ear rushed at Lara, the sock puppet went for me, and the third one headed for Inari. It happened fast. My attacker may have been new to the game and clumsy, yet it moved at such a speed that it barely registered on my thoughts. My body was still singing with the infusion of positive energy, and I reacted to the attack as if it had been the opening steps of a dance I already knew. I sidestepped the vampire's rush and drove my half of the former blasting rod down at its back, Buffy-like. Maybe it works better on television. The wood gouged the vampire, but I don't think much of it got past its suit coat. Much less pierced its heart, but the blow did manage to throw the thing off balance and send it stumbling past me. Maybe it actually hurt the vampire. The creature let out an ear-splitting, creaking shriek of rage and surprise. Inari screamed and swung her stake, but her Buffy impersonation wasn't any better than mine. The vampire caught her arm, twisted its wrist, and broke bones with a snap, crackle, pop. She gasped and fell to her knees. The vampire shoved her over and leaned down, baring its teeth. Not fangs, I noticed, just yellow corpse teeth. And spreading its jaws to tear out her throat and bathe in the flood of blood. And as if that weren't enough, the curse suddenly coalesced and came shrieking out of the night to end Inari's life. I had scant seconds to act. I charged the vampire, leaning back, pictured an invisible beer can beginning an inch above the vampire's teeth, and stomp-kicked the creature in the chin with my heel. It wasn't a question of hairy strength versus undead super strength. I'd gotten a chump shot in. And while the vampires might have been able to rip through a brick wall, it only weighed as much as a dried corpse, and it didn't have enough experience to have anticipated the attack. It drove the kick home hard, Physics took over from there, and the vampire fell back with a surprised hiss. I seized Inari's right arm with my left. Energy flows out of the body from the right side. The left side absorbs energy. I stretched out my senses and felt the dark energy of the curse rushing down at Inari. It hit her a second later, but I was ready for it, and with an effort of will I caught the dark power coursing down into the girl before it could do her harm. Pain erupted in my left palm. The power was cold and not mountain breeze cold either. It was slimy and nauseating, like something that had come slinking out of the depths of some enormous subterranean sea. In the instant of contact, my head exploded with terror. This power, this black magic was wrong. Fundamentally, nightmarishly, intensely wrong. Since I'd begun my career as a wizard, I'd always believed that magic came from life, but that was only potential energy, like electricity or natural gas or uranium. While it may have come from positive origins, only its application could prove it good or evil. That there was no such thing as truly evil, malevolent black magic. I'd been wrong. Maybe my own magic worked like that, but this power was something different. It had only one purpose, to destroy, to inflict horror, pain, and death. I felt that power writhe into me through my contact with the girl, and it hurt me on a level so deep that I could not find a specific word, even a specific thought to describe it. It ripped at me within, as though it had found a weakened place in my defense, and started gouging in a larger opening, struggling to force itself inside me. I fought it. The struggling happened all within an instant, and it hurt still more to tear that darkness loose, to force it to flow on through me and out of me again. I won the fight, but I felt a sudden terror that something had been torn away from me, that in simple contact with that dark energy I had been scarred somehow, marked, or changed. I heard myself scream, not in fear or challenge, but in agony. I extended my right hand, and the black magic flowed out of it, and in an invisible torrent fastened onto the vampire as it gained its feet again, stretched out to grab me. Oh, sorry. Big stretch. You gotta read this so much slower when I read it out loud. I heard myself. The vampire's expression did not even flicker, so it was sure it did not feel the curse coming, which made it a complete surprise when something slammed into the vampire from directly overhead too quickly to be seen. There was a sound of impact, a raspy, dry scream, and the vampire went down hard. It lay on the ground like a butterfly pinned to a card, arms and legs thrashing uselessly. Its chest and a collarbone had been crushed by an entire frozen turkey. A 20-pounder. The plucked bird must have fallen from an airplane overhead, doubtlessly manipulated by the curse. By the time it got to the ground, the turkey had already reached terminal velocity and was still hard as a brick. The drumstick poked out above the vampire's crushed chest, their ends wrapped in a red tinfoil. The vampire gasped and writhed a little more. The timer popped out of the turkey. Everyone stopped to blink at that for a second. I mean, come on, impaled by a guided frozen turkey missile? Even by the standards of the quasi-immortal creatures of the night, that ain't something you see twice. For my next trick, I panted into startled silence, anvils. And then the fight was on again. Inari screamed in pain from her knees on the ground. Laura Wraith lifted Thomas's little gun, and tongues of flame licked out from it as she shot at one ear. She was aiming for his legs. I started to help her, but I had been playing long odds, mixing it up hand to hand with the Black Court, and they caught up to me. The vampire dodged in the opening seconds of the fight, slammed in its arms into my shoulders. The blow was broad and clumsy, but viciously strong. I managed to roll with it a little, but it still sent me straight down onto the gravel and knocked the wind from my chest. I felt the edges of rocks cut into me in a dozen places at once, but the pain didn't bother me yet. Nonetheless, it took me a second to get my body moving again. The vampire stepped right over me and closed in on the fallen girl. With a simple, brutal motion, it seized her hair and shoved her face down onto the parking lot. Bearing the back of her neck, it bent forward. Thomas snarled, "Get away from her!" He hauled himself forward, using his unwounded leg and one arm, and he got the other around the vampire's leg. Thomas heaved, and the creature fell, then twisted like an arthritic serpent to grapple with him. Thomas went mano a mano, no tricks, no subtlety. The living corpse got a hand on Thomas's throat and tried to tear his head off. Thomas writhed sinuously away from the full power of the creature and then rolled over a couple of times. Thomas got a hold of the thing's wrists and tried to force them away from his neck, and then Thomas changed. It wasn't anything so dramatic as the vampires of the Red Court, whose demonic forms lurked beneath a masquerade of seemingly normal human flesh. It was far subtler. A cold wind seemed to gather around him. His features stretched, changing his cheekbones starker, his eyes more sunken, his eyes more gaunt. His skin took on a shining, almost luminescent luster, like a fine pearl under the moonlight. His eyes changed as well, and his irises flickered to a shade of chrome-colored silver, then bleached out to white altogether. He snarled a string of curses as he fought, and the sound of his voice changed as well. Again, a subtle thing. It was more feral, more vicious, and its tone was not even remotely human. Thomas, despite his deathly injuries, went up against the Black Court killing machine in a contest of main strength and won. He forced the vampire's hands from his throat, rolled so that his good leg came up beneath the vampire, and with the combined strength of his arms, Thomas drew the vampire into a brick wall of the nearest building. Bricks shattered and bits of shrapnel flew outward in a cloud of stinging shrapnel. The vampire collapsed to the ground for a moment, stunned. A heartbeat later, it stirred and began to rise again. Thomas's shoulder heaved as though to push himself up and continue the fight, but whatever fuel had driven his transformation and sudden strength had been expended. He fell limp and loose to the gravel. Gaunt face empty of expression. His all-white eyes went out of focus, staring. He did not move. Laura Wraith wasn't doing badly for herself. The wind was blowing in a short, little black silk robe back off of her. So it was all black lace and pale flesh that somehow did not present a contrast to the gun. One ear had fallen on his side, shards of brittle bone protruding from both thighs and both knees where Laura had exercised her marksmanship. One ear pushed himself up, and Laura put a shot in the arm supporting the vampire's weight. One arm's elbow exploded in a cloud of ruined cloth, moldy flesh, and bone splinters. The creature fell back to the ground. Laura put a bullet through one ear's left eye. The smell was indescribably nauseating. Laura aimed at the vampire's other eye. "This won't kill me," the creature snarled. "I don't need to," Laura responded. "Just slow you down. I'll be after you in hours." "One ear, one eye," said. "Look somewhere sunny," Laura responded. "Au revoir, darling." The gun's hammer clicked down and silence ensued. Laura had time to blink in disbelief at the gun, then the vampire. Thomas had stunned rushed at Laura's back. The creature wasn't quite a bird, but it was fast as hell. I tried to shout a warning at her, but it came out more croak than anything. Laura shot a glance over her shoulder and started to move, but my warning had come too late. The vampire seized her by her dark hair and spun her around. Then it hit her with the broad swing of its arm and literally knocked her out of her high heels. She flew at the nearest wall, half spinning in the air, and hit hard. The gun tumbled from her fingers and she fell, her eyes wide and frightened, her expression stunned. Her face had been cut on the cheek and at the corner of her mouth and on her forehead. She was bleeding odd, pale blood in thick, trickling lines. The vampire shuddered and leapt after her, landing on all fours. It was graceful, but alien, far more arachnid than feline. The corpse prowled over to her, seized her throat, and shoved her shoulder against the wall. Then it thrust out a long, leathery tongue and started licking her blood, hissing in mounting pleasure. One Ear slithered over to her as well, using his unwounded arm and a serpentine writhing of the rest of his body. Wraith's second in command, the vampire rasped, as well as the wight who betrayed us. Now you're both mine. Laura tried to push the vampires, licking her blood away, but she wasn't strong enough, and she still looked dazed. Get away from me. Mine, One Ear repeated. It drew Laura's... Give me a second. There we go. The other vampires took her hands and pinned them against the wall above her head. One Ear touched its tongue to Laura's mouth and shivered. I'll show you what real vampires are like. You'll see things differently soon, and you'll be lovely still. Just a little while. I'll enjoy that. Laura struggled, but the haze of confusion over her eyes did not clear, and her motions had a dreamlike lack of coordination. Her face took on an expression of horror as both vampires leaned into her, and their withered teeth settled into her flesh. They bit her, and she bucked in terror and agony. They were ugly and slurping sounds beneath Laura Wraith's screams, which is what I'd been waiting for. Once they had bitten down, I gathered up momentum as quietly as I could, closed the last few yards in the springing strides I would have used on a fencing strip, and drove the 6-inch heel of one of Laura's black pumps as hard as I could into the space between the unwounded vampire's shoulder blades. I had the heel of my hand and the full weight of my body behind the blow, and it hit square and hard so that the heel drove into its back, just left of its spine, directly at the vampire's withered heart. I didn't get the response I would have liked. The vampire didn't disintegrate or explode into dust, but it did convulse with a sudden scream, its body going into almost the same kind of spastic seizure the other one had displayed on having a turkey rammed into its chest. It staggered and fell to the ground, its dead face locked into a grimace of surprise and helpless pain. One Ear was slow to react, but by the time it tore its mouth from the gnawed and bleeding slope of Laura's Wraith's left breast, I had my mother's pentacle out and had focused all my attention on it. Give me a second, my phone went off. Alright. Oh. Now, I've heard that the power of faith is simply another aspect of magic I use all the time. I've also heard that it's a completely different kind of energy, totally unrelated to the living power I've felt all around me. Certainly, it garnered a very different reaction from various supernatural entities than my everyday wizardry did. So maybe they weren't related at all. But that didn't matter. I wasn't holding a crucifix in the thing's face. I was holding the symbol of what I believed in. The 5-pointed star of the pinnacle represented the 5 forces of the universe, those of air, fire, water, earth, and of spiritual energy, all laid into patterns of order and life and bound within a circle of human thought and human will. I believed that magic was fundamentally a force of life, of good, and something meant to protect and preserve. I believed that those who wielded it therefore had a responsibility to use the power in a way it was meant to be used. And that was belief enough to tap into the vast power of faith and to direct it against One Ear. The pentacle burst into silver and blue light, a blaze as bright as an airborne flare. One Ear stretched facial skin began to peel away and the thick fluids oozing from its ruined eye socket burst into silver flame. The vampire screamed and threw itself away from that silver fire. If he had had a crony left, they would have come to me from the opposite direction so that the blazing light from the pentacle could sear only one. But he couldn't. I followed after One Ear, keeping the pentacle held before me, my concentration locked upon it. One Ear scrambled over the writhing vampire with the turkey-crushed chest, and the creature, maybe younger or more vulnerable than its leader, simply burst into flames as the pentacle glared upon it. I had to skip back a step from that sudden heat, and the fallen vampire was consumed by blinding fire until nothing was left of it. By the time my eyes had adjusted to the comparative darkness of the parking lot again, One Ear was nowhere to be seen. I checked over my shoulder and saw the transformed Laura Wraith straddled the staked vampire, her eyes blazing silver and bright, her skin shining as Thomas had. She drove blows down at its face, crushing it with first few, then driving into its skull with sickening, squelching sounds during subsequent blows. She continued screaming at the top of her lungs the whole while until she crushed its face and moved onto its neck, beating it into shapeless pulp. Then she tore the vampire's head off its shoulders, killing it. She rose slowly, pale eyes distant and inhuman. Her white skin was streaked with ichor of black, brown, and dark green, mingling with the pale pinkish blood around her cuts and her bite wounds. Her dark hair had fallen from her mostly up style and hung around her in a wild tangle. She looked terrified and furious and sexy as hell. A succubus turned hungry eyes on me and began a slow stalk forward. I let the gathered light ease out of my pentacle. It wouldn't do me any good against Laura. We have a truce, I said. My voice sounded harsh, cold, though I hadn't tried to make it that way. Don't make me destroy you two. She stopped in her stalking tracks. Her expression flickered with uncertainty and fear. She looked a hell of a lot shorter without the do-me pumps. She shuddered and folded her arms over her stomach. Closing her eyes for a moment, the luminous, compelling glow faded from her skin. Her features became less unreal, if no less lovely. When she opened her eyes again, they were almost human. My family, she said. I have to get them out of here. Our truce stands. Will you help me? I looked at Inari on the ground and paralyzed with pain. Thomas wasn't moving. He might have been dead. Laura took a deep breath and said, Mr. Dresden, I can't help them. I need you to help get them to safety, please. The last word had cost her something. Somehow I held back from agreeing to help her on pure reflex. That is a monumentally bad idea, Harry, I cautioned myself. I shoved the knee-jerk chivalry aside and scowled at Laura. She stood facing me, her chin lifted proudly. Her injuries looked vicious, and she had been in pain, but she refused to let it show on her face, except for one moment when she glanced at Thomas and Inari and her eyes suddenly glistened. The tears fell, but she did not allow herself to blink. Damn it, I let out my breath in disgust at myself and said, I'll get my car. Chapter 18, and I think I'm going to stop there today. Oh, look, I've got 4 fucking viewers. Hi, guys. I mean, if you guys ask me, I'll fucking keep going, but Saf's the only one who's said anything so far. Anybody? I know. You've done good, Saf. Thank you. Oh. Anybody else? You don't have to be a follower. I'll be fine. Mostly I'm just getting a little bored. Ah, they disappeared. Bunch of pussies. Ugh. I mean,
This is war. Much more.
I'll stop the stream here. See you in a bit. I'll bring lunch.